Good morning. Welcome to the Budget Finance Economic Development Committee. Today is April the 8th, and it is now 9:02 a.m. And I'd like to welcome everybody. This meeting is being conducted in accordance with the Sunshine Law. And as a reminder, if you're not in the chambers, please identify anyone that's with you. And minors do not need to be identified. Good morning, Vice Chair of this committee, Kaunoi Batangan.
Aloha kakahia kakako.
Aloha. Member Cook, good morning.
Good morning, Chair. Aloha. Having a little technical difficulties, but I am here.
Okay, you are here. Welcome. Member Johnson, I see you're online. Who's with you?
Morning, Chair, Council members, community members. There's no testifiers here at the Lanai District Office. Roxanne Morita was in my office for a moment. Now she stepped out, so just me and Hoku-chan, and we're here and ready to work.
Oh, Hoku-chan, I like that. Chair Lee will be joining us shortly. She's not here yet. Member Paulton, good morning.
Aloha kakaya kakako, streaming live and direct from Napili, from my kitchen table. I have with me one adult male, George Vieira, and one minor canine, who shall be remain unnamed.
Okay. Good morning. Member Rollins Fernandez will be joining us. And Member Sanensi, welcome.
Aloha kakaya kakako and ohayo gozaimasu.
Ohio. Member U Hodgins will be joining us shortly. Okay. All right. So, Member Rollins Fernandez. Oh, okay. Welcome.
Aloha kakayaka. Someone has a meeting in the background. I can hear our meeting. I'm at our private residence alone, and there are currently no testifiers at the Molokai District Office.
Okay. Nice to see you. I hope the weather is okay on Molokai.
It's okay right now. It rained yesterday evening for about an hour in Kaunakakai and throughout Molokai, but right now in Kaunakakai, it's not raining.
Ah, okay. Well, nice to see you.
That's the weather report.
Yeah. Shane should give us a weather report too. I heard Hana's pretty bad. So joining us today from the administration, we have Budget Director, Director of Water Supply, Managing Director, Deputy Corp Counsel Wigglesworth, and I think I saw Aaron Wade in the audience, so Deputy Managing Director, and John Smith. Yeah. Please see the last page of this agenda for information on meeting connectivity. Thank you, members, for attending today's BFED meeting. We have one item on the agenda, which is BFED 1, Proposed Fiscal Year 27 Budget for the County of Maui. Members, I'll be taking testimony after the opening comments this morning. So opening comments, I'd like to welcome our Managing Director, Josiah Nishita. We will be taking up today water and management. So Managing Director Nishita, do you want to give us opening comments?
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, committee members, for allowing us to be here today. Obviously, first and foremost, we, with the incoming weather and storm-related activities happening, we really encourage everybody to stay prepared, to get ready, sign up for MEMA alerts, stay informed with official communication channels. And of course, to all of our residents out there, we wish everybody, to be safe during this time. And the county is doing everything it can, working with all of our different partners to respond appropriately to help keep our community safe. Just real briefly, to just highlight some of the major changes within our department's budget, and then we'd be happy to come back after the committee's discussion with the Department of Water Supply for any questions. Very high level, the Department of Management budget is expanding by about $4.5 million. There are 7 EPs, 6 of which are unfunded, and 2 additionally were added to the Board of Ethics in FY26 via budget amendment. So they are reflected as expansion positions, but the committee has already approved those in this fiscal year. For the management program, for A account, 4 positions are moving back from OR to the management program. We have one new chief security officer that was identified per our security assessment that was recently conducted for the county. And then if council approval is determined for this, 5 positions for preparation for non-economic development related grants to transfer from mayor's office to the Department of Management. In salaries and wages, about $660,000 increase. Due to those transfers, we talked about the creation of the security officer and then adjustments to the excluded managerial compensation plan and collective bargaining. For operations, the budget has a $721,000 growth due primarily to additional funding in county facilities security, which would include security screening station at the Kalana Maui lobby entrance. And then finally, the growth is also due to additional funds needed for our organizational review of DPS and would include a rewrite of DPS's policies, procedures, and potentially restructuring recommendations. So that is underway right now through contracting. For information technology services, for personnel, salaries and wages increased by about $968,000. The major changes to that is the funding of unfunded positions and then other changes in salaries and wages due to step movements and union negotiated wage increases. For operations, there's a $3.8 million increase in operations, primarily made up of continuation costs due to contract and renewal costs going up of about $2 million, and then the expansion of about $1.8 million. It's primarily due to additional funding for professional services and increase in computer software for some new platforms that departments have integrated. And then a $1.3 million roughly increase in equipment, and this is primarily due to expenses beyond normal life cycle refresh. The major items to that would be updating outdated security systems and then replacing the short telephone system, which is no longer supported. For OR, for personnel, the only major change, as I mentioned earlier, was the transfer of the 4 positions back to the management program. For operations, there is a small reduction of about $3.5 million due to CDBG-DR programs beginning to distribute funds for recovery projects. And then the primary expense in professional services this year is approximately $21 million to support temporary housing, assuming that federal funding is reduced and before permanent housing is available. As you folks know, we did get approval from the federal government up to February 2027 at this point to cover the housing mission. For our Board of Ethics, I identified the 2 expansion positions that are identified in the budget. Those were approved via budget amendment already, but they're reflected as an expansion in your budget. And then an increase in salaries and wages due to the first full year of funding for BOE salaries and wages, as well as the addition of the 2 EPs. Lauren will be up later to discuss a little bit about this, but we will work with the committee to adjust a few of the salaries that are within the FY27 proposal. And then finally, for any changes as requested by the committee for CIP, although it's not an FY25 or 26 CIP, the Halauvoivi Arts is under the Department of Management, and that's on track right now for opening in the summer, sometime summer of 2027. For FY25, the 60 South Church Street building renovations is managed by the department. That's scheduled to be completed in May into the summer of this year. And then we do have additional CIP projects for FY25 that were funded through OR, but those were managed individually by the departments, and we included in OR's budget to provide that oversight for federal purposes and then reimbursement and tracking. For FY26, all of those are indicated in our response in MD1. And I'm sorry, I think that's on its way to get to you this morning, but you will have that, so I won't cover that with you right now. And then for proposed FY27 projects, there's 5 projects being proposed in FY27, and 2 of them are new. It's countywide facility renovations, and then West Maui land development and infrastructure improvements, which we can cover if there's any questions when the time comes. That'll be it for my opening presentation, and when we're called up later, I'd be happy to address any questions. Thank you,
Okay.
Chair.
So since we didn't receive any of your responses, would you like to give us a copy of what you just read?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'd be happy to go make a copy for the members if that would be helpful. But actually, right when I leave this meeting, I'll go make sure MD1 gets to you.
Thank
Thanks.
you. Thank you very much. Next, we'll hear from Director Stufflebean. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. So the Water Department budget is pretty much a status quo budget, and it's balanced, essentially. As you know, we are an enterprise fund, and all of our funding comes from the water rates. We're kind of separate funding from the rest of the county. The major changes in our budget is that we've decreased the professional services amount because several of the big projects were completed, and so we don't need to fund them again next year. We did have the major increase is for equipment replacement, and this is just to catch up on the fact that we were pretty far behind in terms of replacing equipment on a schedule. But in all, it's essentially a status quo budget for operations. On the personnel side, I think I would just say one of the pieces of good news is we are almost fully staffed right now. Our vacancy rate is around 7%, which is really good. So people don't want to come to work for the water department. Really pleased about that. There are 10 positions. There are no new positions requested except for 10 new positions, but those would only be implemented if we acquire a new water system. And the cost for those would also be largely offset by the savings by acquiring a private water system. So those are the only new positions are the 10 that would be needed if we acquire a water system. The watershed grants remain at the 4% level, which is a county requirement. That's one of the most important things we do long-term. In terms of energy, just want to mention, just a reminder that about 20% of our entire budget is to pay for energy because our pumps and our facilities use a lot of energy. We are working as quickly as we can to implement solar, renewable energy and solar on our facilities and working with Johnson Control, and that's going really well. The CIP, again, other good news on that is that the FY26 CIP was essentially fully spent, except for one project, which we didn't implement because we think we can get federal funding for that. But we essentially spent all of our money for the CIP, which is kind of an exciting thing, I think. The CIP does increase significantly, mostly because of expectations to get federal funding for some of these big projects. In terms of the rates, for the average, we are requesting rate increases, but for the average user, there will be essentially no increase in rates, a very, very small increase in rates. So the increase is all for high-end users, people who use very, very much water, a lot of water. In terms of permit processing, I would mention that we are in really good shape. We're pretty much getting caught up on processing permits for both residential and commercial. Finally, I'll mention 2 more things. I want to mention that the Board of Water Supply did see our budget. They reviewed it, and they approved it as is, and they sent you a letter that kind of outlines the fact that they did approve our budget. Their role is to review and submit, so that they have an opportunity to look at it, and they thought it was a good budget. And then finally, just to note that our primary objective really is, our top priority is developing new water sources for affordable housing. And that our CIP, that's the top focus of our CIP. And I think it's fair to say we're doing everything we possibly can to get new water sources. Anybody has any other ideas? I'd love to hear them, but I think we're doing everything we possibly can. That concludes my opening remarks. Thank you.
Very good. All right, thank you very much. So at this
Chair.
time, oh, yes.
Excuse me for interrupting. Could you ask OCS to let me on? I've been on, but I can't open my camera.
Okay, got it. Do we have a problem? We're fine. Okay. Very good. Thank you, Member Cook. Sorry about that. So then, at this time, then I'm going to open up for testimony. I see people sitting in the chambers, so I'm going to assume we have some testifiers. Anybody wanting to provide testimony should sign up with staff, join the online meeting via the Teams link, or call in to the phone number noted in today's agenda. Testimony is on the budget is not limited to the department's. Testimony on the budget is not limited to the department's schedule today. We have one agenda item, so you may speak for 3 minutes on the entire budget, which is on the agenda. Written testimony is encouraged and can be submitted via the e-comment link at mauicounty.us/agendas as well. Under the Sunshine Law, the chair will receive oral testimony for agenda items at the beginning of the meeting and as the item is called up. For individuals wishing to testify via Teams, please raise your hand by clicking on the raise your hand button. If calling in, please follow the prompts via phone, *5 to raise and lower your hand, and *6 to mute and unmute. Staff will add the names to the testifiers list in the order testifiers sign up and raise their hands. For those on Teams, staff will lower your hand once your name is added. Staff will then call the name you're logged in under the last 4 digits of your phone number when it's your time to testify. At that time, staff will also enable your microphone and video. Please ensure your name appears in Microsoft Teams as the name you prefer to be referred to, or as anonymous if you wish to testify anonymously. If you're in person, please notify staff that you would like to testify anonymously. Otherwise, please state your name for the record at the beginning of your testimony. Oral testimony is limited to 3 minutes per item, and if you're not done, I'll give you another 30 seconds to complete your testimony. Once you're done testifying, or if you do not wish to testify, you can also view the meeting on Akaku Channel 53, Facebook Live, or mauicounty.us/agendas. We will do our best to take each person up in an orderly fashion. We'll now call on testifiers wishing to testify. Staff, please call up the first testifier.
Thank you, Chair. The first testifier is Lauren Akitake, to be followed by Misty Amarin.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and members. My name is Lauren Akitake. I'm the Executive Director, Legal Counsel to the Maui County Board of Ethics. I thank you so much for the opportunity to speak in support of the Board of Ethics fiscal year 2027 budget. I do apologize as we have a previously scheduled Board of Ethics meeting later today, and that's why I'm here now to answer any questions you may have. I'll briefly highlight 3 items. First, thank you for approving our budget amendment for 2 expansion positions. You met our new attorney of the day, Christine Tsukiyama, at our 7B presentation in March, and I'm working with DPS to post the paralegal position. These positions are labeled as expansion, but these are the 2 positions you recently approved. Second, there's an error in my salary. I respectfully request it to be revised down to $227,091. That is consistent with our board's approval, June 18, 2025. We'll follow up on this in writing, and we do apologize for any confusion. Lastly, thank you for the code change allowing for hiring of part-time employees. Our investigator is part-time, and her salary may be adjusted accordingly. So if I'm unavailable later because I'm at the Board of Ethics meeting, Managing Director Nishita will be available to address any questions, and we're happy to follow up in writing. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody have questions for Ms. Akitake? See none. Thank you very much. I know you've appeared before us and have explained everything that's happening with your revival of your commission. So thank you very much.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, next testifier.
Thank you, Chair. The next testifier is Misty Amarin, to be followed by J. Lou Cabrera.
Hi, good morning. My name is Misty Amarin, and I'm the new CEO of the Maui Family YMCA. I took over CEO last month. I've been with the Y for 18 years as the HR director and for 1 year as the chief operating officer. Our focus at the Y has always been to give back to our community members throughout the island of Maui. Last year, the Y gave over $200,000 in wellness scholarships. We scholarship numerous chronic disease support programs, including Parkinson's, weight management, and healthy lifestyle programs. Our programs and memberships are made available to everyone regardless of their ability to pay. We partner with Grow Some Good to provide fresh fruits and vegetables to the community. Since 2023, our Y has provided over $600,000 in financial support for child care programs, including child care programming in Lahaina that is absolutely free to our Lahaina ohana. We are deeply thankful for your continued support and commitment. With me today, and have also signed up to speak with this community, is Jaylu Cabrera, our director of the Westside Resource Center out in Lahaina, and Brandon LaRue, our youth program director here in Kalalui. Jaylu will be able to share more about the work taking place out in Lahaina, while Brandon can share about the safe place and programs that we provide for our keiki. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for testifying, and welcome. And I guess you took Mike Morris's place?
Steve Scraggs.
Steve Franks, oh, okay.
Yes, Steve was our CEO for the last 2.5 years after Mike.
I see, okay.
Yeah.
Well, welcome.
Thank you.
Anybody have questions for her?
Thank you.
See none. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So I'd like to welcome Member U Hodgins. I see you've been sitting there. Welcome to the meeting.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Next testifier, please.
Chair, the next testifier is Jaylu Cabrera, to be followed by Brandon LaRue.
Good morning, Chair and members of Maui County Council. My name is Jaylu Cabrera, and I was born and raised in Lahaina, Maui. This community is not only where I come from, but is deeply personal to me, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak today. I currently serve as the director of the YMCA Westside Resource Center, which was established in response to the 2023 Lahaina fires to support West Maui residents by providing critical services, programs, and a safe gathering space for our community. Through strong partnerships with organizations such as Kaunoa Senior Services, Keiki Oka'aina Preschool, Pacific Birth Collective, Hui No'eau Visual Arts Center, Huamomono Foundation, Maui Humane Society, Maui Behavioral Health Resources, Lele Aloha, and many others, we are able to meet a wide range of needs across all age groups. On a daily basis, the Resource Center is alive with activity from kupuna programs and early childhood education to food distribution, youth programs, community events. Our center serves as a vital lifeline for the families still navigating recovery and rebuilding. A key point I want to emphasize is that the YMCA provides both programming and space in collaboration with our partners at no cost to West Maui residents. Additionally, there is no cost for the nonprofit partners to utilize the space, allowing them to focus on their resources directly on serving the community. I'd also like to share that our partners consistently express the value of this collaboration. Kaunoa Senior Services has highlighted how impactful it has been to have a consistent, welcoming space for their kupuna programming. Similarly, our preschool provider, Keiki Oka'aina, has shared how meaningful it is to offer trauma-informed early education in a stable, supportive environment for our keiki and their families. Looking ahead, phase 2 of the project, which is our partnership park, will allow us to expand services, provide consistent mental health services, increase capacity, and deepen our impact. We respectfully ask for your continued support to make this next phase a reality. Lahaina is still healing, and with your continued support, the YMCA Westside Resource Center can remain a place where our community not only recovers, but truly strives. Mahalo for your ongoing support and commitment to Lahaina. We've made meaningful progress, but there is much more work to be done. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Member Paulton has a question for you. She's online. Member Paulton?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Cabrera. I just wanted to clarify the amount that you're asking for phase 2 and if it has been included in the mayor's budget at that same amount that you guys are requesting, or above or under.
Yes, it's in there.
Okay, perfect. And I just wanted to confirm everything that she said is true, and we couldn't have found a better director for the Y Resource Center because it is thriving place. Anytime you go in there, there's plenty Lahaina people doing all sorts of activities.
Great endorsement. Thank you very much. Do you know how much it is in the budget for then? I don't know. Encompassing everything? 250, okay. And it encompasses exactly both sides, okay. Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next testifier.
Chair, the next testifier is Brandon LaRue, to be followed by Jim Langford on Teams.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning.
Good morning, council members. My name is Brandon LaRue, and I serve as the Youth Development Director at the Maui Family YMCA. And thank you for the opportunity to testify today on behalf of the Youth Department and the many children and families that we serve across Maui. I'm here today to testify because I see firsthand how important the youth programs are in the lives of our families. For over 700 hardworking families, our island-wide after-school and intercession programs are not just helpful, they are what make it possible for them to get to work, provide for their children, and get through the week knowing that their kids are safe. And for the young people, these programs mean even more. They mean having a place to go after school where someone knows their name, where they are welcomed, and where they are encouraged, and where they can simply be kids in a safe and supportive environment. They mean connection, they mean consistency, and they mean opportunity. Not every child on our island has access to enrichment, mentorship, or positive outlets outside of school. And not every family has the financial ability to afford that extra support. And that is why community investment in youth services matters so much. It helps to make sure that care, support, and opportunity are not reserved only for those who can easily pay for it. When we invest in youth programs, we are investing in prevention, we are investing in health, confidence, and in belonging. We are giving the children a chance to build relationships with trusted adults, stay active, learn life skills, and grow into strong members of our Maui community. And we often talk about supporting families, and this is one of the clearest ways to do that. When families are supported, children are supported, and when children are supported, our entire community is stronger. I respectfully ask that you continue to prioritize funding for youth services and community-based programs like ours that care for Keiki and strengthen our families. The return on that investment may not always show up on a spreadsheet right away, but it shows up every day in the lives of the children that we serve. Mahalo for your time, your leadership, and your commitment to Maui's youth and our families.
Thank you for your commitment. What a nice testimony. Thank you for what you do. It shows. Anyone have questions? See none. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next testifier.
Chair, the next testifier is Jim Langford, to be followed by Travis Liggett.
Aloha, and what a wonderful morning of testifiers and great vibes. I want to say thank you to the council. What a beautiful spirit you can feel from today. I also would like to testify in support of the YMCA. Their change in leadership, as mentioned today in the hearing, is a great example for our resource folks to understand how to truly make an impact. at the executive level and serve the community with grace and great vibes. So I really want to fully support the YMCA and everything that they're doing and the results that they're achieving. It's flawless. And hearing all of their partnerships and who they collaborate with truly is why they're in the mayor's budget, I imagine, because they've had a demonstrative effect on our community in the most blessed way. So I fully want to support the YMCA and and I want to give a great nod to the water department as well. What an elegant presentation today, sir. It feels good doing the right thing. You did ask for new ideas. Atmospheric water generators and our average 60% humidity is on a small scale. House per house can generate 50 to 100 gallons, and having that incorporated into some of the development plans might be something that you could look at to accentuate some of the problems with extra water. I'm excited to hear about you guys looking at some new software as well up there. Josiah, sir, would love to be in that conversation. As you know, I'm an expert and my software's paid a lot of taxes through the timeshare success. So it would be great to be able to put forth my software skills in order to continue generating money for the youth. Yeah, so just a lot of love for you folks today. It feels great. And I really love hearing the progress. It's the tipping point has been achieved. So I pray that we have gentle weather towards each other and in our hearts, and that'll help these storms go away, I promise. So thank you guys for a beautiful meeting to listen to today. I want to applaud you all, and I'd love to further my software in the conversation somehow. I may reach out directly to some of you as appropriate through committee to do.
Thank you.
Hey, right on time.
Anybody have questions for Mr. Langford? See none. Thank you. Thank you very much. Next testifier, please.
Chair, the next testifier is Travis Liggett on Teams.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, council members. I just want to lead with a little apology for my off-color humor last time. It was a rhetorical method that got me a meeting that I've been trying to get for a long time in 24 hours. So I would just like to keep you updated on my effort to advance wastewater disinfection in both North and South Maui. We're really drilling down on why DEM is telling us that they cannot start any design work for the UV system CBS 1169 at Kahului until fiscal year 2028, until 2027. And I simply cannot get an independently verifiable fact out of Shane. It actually appears to be Shane who's the person making this decision and not Eric. And I have a UIPA to try to understand the analysis, but I just want everyone to know that since 2021, I have been trying to offer a pathway to, and I don't have a donation, but to just transfer cash to the county through kaiaction.org to just as a gift do these upgrades because it's just something that everyone agrees on. And I keep being told, thank you for your interest. We are not interested in free money to do this upgrade. And in the same meeting, so you're promoting STEM, and I followed the program, 42 years, 6 universities, 10 years at NASA. I showed up to the meeting at 8 p.m. Eastern time yesterday, 2 p.m. Hawaii was another deadline. There were 2 Sandia National Labs principal investigators, and we presented our plan to just withdraw the contesting of the MPDES permit. They're asking to just suspend limits. I said, we have developed a solution, 1-page filing to accept this solution, and you're going to drive technology for the whole world, Maui homegrown solution using ancient limu, and like Sandia manages the nukes, and it agrees with the original Hawaiians bringing over the limu starts on their taro. And I just want you to know, it's the STEM pipeline. You can spend 42 years developing a solution and probably $500 an hour lawyer. She said, it's almost 9 p.m. I said, it's actually 3, so she's on the East Coast. And she's telling me this is active litigation. We don't want to hear about your silly idea to actually meet the limit. We have budgeted $400,000 to fight the limit that all those people tried to get through the Supreme Court case. And it just seems like a bad way to spend money when local residents are saying, I've worked on a solution, it's ready to go, one-page filing to accept the solution and withdraw the protest. So it just doesn't check out to ask kids to go into STEM if they follow the program, show up with the solution, and you're saying, nope, we'd rather litigate not meeting this limit that so many people have fought for. So that doesn't sit well. It's not internally consistent. And I just would like to emphasize that you are elected leaders. No one is saying, on top of everything I need right now, I just need a skin infection. No one is saying that. And if they are, they need to get checked out in 30 seconds. So here's what I would suggest, is that you elected leaders just don't take no for an answer. You are representing us and say, please do a $1.8 million budget amendment. If there's some reason you need to wait a year, address it. It will succumb to your efforts. Look what we did with the debris removal in such a short time. I really believe that this design contract can be administered in 3 months and not 15. And when I get the UIP request with the analysis and supporting facts, there may not be any. So
thank you.
Yeah, please direct them.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Mr. Liggett? Seeing none. Thank you very much. Next testifier.
Chair, that's all the individuals signed up to testify. Would you like me to do a last call?
Yes, please.
I do see an individual approaching the podium.
Mr. Law, please identify yourself and.
JC Law from Waiakoa, Ahupua'a, Kulauka, Halakala. Oh, so thanks for being here, you guys. Thanks for Ohio Chair Kashiwa Sugimura. I'm not supposed to talk directly to them. Thanks for inviting all the water department here because the room would be a little bit more empty. So, and I want to ho'oponopono, and I just learned, I read the dictionary this morning, ho'oponopono means like to fix something. And so that was one of my little housekeeping items was I said some Hawaiian words. I was kind of nervous and I said pono ole for the water department. But that means not good, and I think you guys are. So pono was the word I was looking for. And so for the managing, I'll miss the agenda. I think the water department here is today and the managing department.
Management.
Is for, and we had the human services over here yesterday, and I went over to the One Main Plaza building to give a letter to the new director of human services, and the door has been locked, and I can't tell if anybody's in there or not, but for the past like 10 days, there was some problem with their leaking in the building, I guess. And so I wanted to ask Director Nishita what's going on over there, and how much rent are we paying? Are they giving us some kind of are they still charging us rent to be over there when the building is being worked on, or what? And so to go end in a positive note, you guys were there for the Kula budget meeting the other night, and the Spirit Horse Ranch lady didn't show up, but yesterday she came to the video, and so I'm putting a plug in there for Spirit Horse Ranch.
Okay.
Thank you for your time, and I'll save the rest of it for the Hawaiian people.
Any questions for the testifier? See none. Okay. Good morning, Chair Lee.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry I'm late. Still working on repairs to the patio in preparation for the weather, rain.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, welcome. Any more testifiers?
Yes, Chair. We have Christopher Salem on Teams.
Mr. Salem.
Good morning, Chair and members of the Maui County Council. Before I begin my substantive testimony, I have a brief procedural question. The agenda appears to repeat each day for these budget deliberations. Can you clarify where the members of the public are permitted to testify each day if addressing different departments or subject areas of the budget?
So we are taking testimony for anything, any department. It doesn't have to be, if that's your question, it doesn't have to be about water or management.
So the point being is, are testifiers allowed to testify each day if what they present is a different area of the budget, not necessarily specific to who's going to be on
Right.
stage per se today?
Yes. So you may testify, and it's 3 minutes, and you can speak about any item on the agenda, talk about any of the departments, even if we're not necessarily hearing that particular department you're speaking of, we're taking public testimony.
Thank you. That raises the next question, which is, it's come to my understanding from one of the individuals with the council that only certain departments and agencies will be brought forth for potential questioning or testimony. And where is that listed specifically? It's my understanding the county auditor won't be being questioned by the council. I want to make sure that we are on point each day and not going all over the map.
So yes, the auditor's office has not been asked to come and testify before the budget committee. You are correct. But you...
And where's the list of who will be testifying and which day?
Okay, so we have a calendar that we can share with him. It's on Granicus. What number is Granicus? Okay, we'll share that with you. Please proceed with your testimony.
I will. Thank you. I mean, it's important to have the procedures correct before we you don't want to waste your time. Okay, so turning to the Office of the County Auditor, which at a certain level also applies to the Board of Ethics and the funds being set forth or added to their current budget. The Maui County Charter is clear. Section 3923 states the county auditor may, without council approval, retain special counsel to represent the county auditor in implementing their powers. The question before the council is simple. How has that authority been used, and where are those expenditures reflected in the budget? The council is aware that public funds were expended on a consultant to investigate allegations involving nepotism and related concerns. Yet the resulting report appears to be narrowly scoped with limited investigation into specific conduct that may bring rise to the violations of ethics or laws. It raises a fundamental question about both the scope of that work and the expenditures authorized by the county auditors and the Board of Ethics. Those are questions that require answers directly from the auditor, and in this case, maybe today, the Board of Ethics. Leads directly to the Department of Corporation Counsel. Where in the budget are the legal settlements clearly identified? Where are the amounts paid, for example, to resolve the cases such as Paloma Drive? We all understand that certain outcomes, such as the production of affordable housing, are surely viewed as a positive, but those outcomes come and do not erase how they were achieved. The Fairway Subdivision Corporation Council then entered a settlement with the developers that in excess of $12 million. Again, where is that accounted for, or how is it being written off when these properties are being donated to affordable housing, which again, 100% in support of, but not necessarily through these mechanisms. So the bottom line, Corp Counsel's client in these cases where the Fairway subdivision was achieved through a legal settlement, the clients are not the individual directors. The client is the Maui County Charter and the laws and ordinance enacted by this body. It has no face. Yet we see repeatedly is the defense of these actions that benefit private developers at the expense of the public, followed by settlements funded by the public. The council has asked the specific question. Could all of this be avoided if there was upfront investigations to validate whether or not we should litigate versus resolve these issues and then ultimately modify the ordinances so that they don't repeat themselves? So in this case specifically, and I'll wrap this up, as a whistleblower with the county, as a private resident and staff member of the office of the mayor, I'll wrap it up. I brought evidence to this council of wrongdoing. The council acted upon that evidence and repealed ordinances. Now You're spending $1 million in violation of federal and state laws to punish the whistleblower that the council acted upon my evidence? It's amazing. Amazing. I guess that's your version of Aloha spirit. Thank you, council.
Does anybody have questions for the testifier? See none. Thank you very much. Do we have a next testifier, please?
Chair, that's all the individuals signed up to testify. If anyone in the audience or on Teams would like to testify, please come up to the mic and begin your testimony, or use the raise your hand function on Teams and staff will unmute you. I'll provide a brief countdown. 3, 2, 1. Seeing none, Chair, no one has indicated that they wish to testify.
Thank you. All right, at this time, I'd like to ask for your permission to close public testimony and receive written testimony on this item. Thank you. Thank you. All right, we'll go through deliberations, and we will do a round of 3 minutes for every member, and then followed by 2 minutes each, and then we'll see if you want more questions. So at this time, then, I'm going to ask for Member Senensi to start on this side. Is that okay? And then go, since you have a lot of water.
Oh, yeah, thank you. We had too much water last night. But it was more like flash flooding, so some of it came up to the road, but then it's subsided afterwards. But thank you for the MPD, everything back home, for checking in. But that said, Director Stufflebean, the first Kona low, we lost some electricity in East Maui, and I think that was one of my questions. And after 3 days, we had enough supply in the wells, but we still didn't have electricity to kind of pump to fill the wells. And I know there were plans to bring out some generator capacity. Do we have that capacity in East Maui? And I thought I did see some budget for that, for generators.
Yes, thank you for the question. Yes, we do have some existing generators. Some of them are portable, and we can move them around to the places where they're needed. We did lose power at a lot of facilities in the Kona 1 and Kona 2 storms, but we were able to restore power quite quickly with the generators and also getting back on the grid. And we are, in the budget, we do have a proposal to get 32 additional generators with federal funding. And so when we get that in place, we'll be in a really, really good shape to handle any kind of power outage, even better shape than we are now. Yes.
Would one of those, should we get it, be stationed out in East Maui? The other challenge was getting it out there because the roads were blocked by some of the downed trees and power lines.
Yes, yes,
Could
we can certainly look at that, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. And then Chair, I did receive the Commission on Water Supply, or the committee's report. Thank you for that, for reviewing the department's budget. I did talk about continued support for affordable housing projects. For East Maui, we have a Department of Hawaiian Homelands project coming up, a couple of years out, but they did receive their EIS lately. The department has several wells already on top of the property. Moving forward, would the department be open to, supplying those projects with the existing wells on the DHHL property? I believe the Wakiu property.
Yes, so thank you for the question. Yes, so we are very supportive of DHHL, supporting them in terms of coordinating our water supply systems and our infrastructure with them. And we can definitely look at that one as a possibility as well, for sure.
Okay, great. All right. Thank you for that. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you. Member U Hodgins.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Water Department, for being with us today. And thank you for being really proactive in finding more source on this island, especially upcountry. I know there was a generational sigh of relief, especially in our districts where people feel their grandchildren can probably live on their family property. So thank you so much. couple questions about your budget. How is the new version of calculations working out for you folks? Is that helping to expedite your permit reviews?
Yeah, we're just getting started, and we think it will, and it is to some degree helping now. And I'll let James, our permit processing expert,
awesome.
take that from here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for the question. So yeah, what Director said, we're in the throes of implementation. Our staff has approved new permits under that methodology. It is faster and easier to look at bedrooms and bathrooms than to meticulously count fixtures. And we're also in cahoots with Department of Health and also some of my former good cahoots. And with my colleagues from health departments on the mainland about interpretation of bedrooms and things like that as we just get into this. And because floor plans look a little different from one to the other, and sometimes it might be a bedroom and sometimes it might not. So we get into that. We're starting, we got our first couple of commercial reviews for 2026 building permits. Those are different.
Yeah.
It's not a matter of bedrooms and bathrooms, but we have our consumption guidelines that we use to convert the square footage of the use into gallons per day. Then we just simply do the math to convert it to equivalent dwellings and charge fees and stuff. So far, going pretty good.
Good luck with that. On page 65 of rates of fees, I see we no longer charge per different types of water meter sizes. And now, or please explain this to me, and now it looks like we have one singular price for, I don't know how that works. Please elaborate.
Yeah, so if you recall, November, I think, of last year, we had our 7B about
I barely remember what
the
it
shift.
was yesterday.
Yep, so I gave there was a, me too.
Yeah, I don't know what happened in November.
There was a sneak preview because we knew this question would come. So it's not a flat fee. It is a fee per equivalent dwelling, which is simply a unit of measurement of daily water use. So this equivalent dwelling is equal to 300 gallons per day of use. A one bed, one bath Ohana or apartment unit is a fraction of an ESD. And a large McMansion could be multiple ESDs. So each application can vary how many ESDs it will convert to. So that fee will vary from application to application.
Okay. I'll probably have more questions, but I won't. I heard the bell and I'll save them for later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Member Cook.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all, the Water Department, for being here today. Briefly, what are the benefits that we've recognized so far from the hydraulic study, and if I'm pronouncing that right, that was implemented?
Yes, thank you for the question. Yeah, we're really pleased about that. The main benefit is that it enables us to make, determine the water situation in any particular location more quickly and more accurately, as opposed to hand calculations. And so we are moving to the situation where we're using that instead of the hand calculations. We're still kind of checking to make sure that it's consistent with how we would do it, how we would have done it in the past. But yeah, we're now moving towards fully implementing that. And we've also used that, for example, where we have a potential new source to identify the impact of adding that source to the system, how that will affect it. So yeah, it's working out really well.
So that was my next question. Is that impacting this year's CIP budget? It's like utilizing it to forecast
to some degree
what upgrades are needed in the pipelines and whatnot.
Yes, we used it to some degree this year, and it was still pretty new. So some of the projects were included in the CIP because of the analysis of the hydraulic situation.
Okay.
Next year we'll use it even more. Yeah.
Sorry, tomorrow. I don't want to be rude. Yeah. The new transmission water line, Haiku to Central to Upcountry water system. In a recent meeting, it was the concern was stated. It was as far as like exporting water from upcountry, which is always an issue. I attempted to clarify it to the testifier that it's to basically enable to supply water upcountry. It isn't simply to take water from upcountry. Is there currently any sort of educational, informational thing that the water department is doing regarding that? Because I think it's misunderstood, that particular CIP.
Yeah, so I guess the education would be the description of the project, which, is primarily to enable water to be transferred in terms of emergencies if one system is needing versus the other system. But the ultimate intention is for water to be able to go either way, depending on where the needs are and where the issues are.
Thanks.
But in terms of education.
I just wanted to bring that to your attention.
Yeah, appreciate
so
that.
that would be beneficial for people to have a better understanding of the intent and the benefits. The South Maui desalination water treatment plant, how is the budget for that? It's basically conceptual, and my question is, this is another public deal. Is it seawater or is it well water that has a higher than acceptable chloride content?
Right. So the executive summary of the study is online. It's both. We are looking at both seawater desalination and brackish water desalination, and we're in the very early stages. The intention here is that we want to start down the path to see if that's feasible and desirable for Maui. And so the next year budget is to take the next step in that.
Thanks. I think one aspect there, again, educational, is to be able to clarify there's a significant cost difference in energy and overhead and implementation to do seawater as opposed to bringing marginal wells up to potable water standards.
That's correct, yes.
Because I don't think that's understood at all.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you from our water chair. Very good. Next we have Member Rollins Fernandez, followed by Johnson, Paulton, Lee, and Batangan.
Mahalo, Chair. I think some of my questions I'll be able to answer myself because I had some questions that Member Cook asked, and I'll just look at that report myself. I think Mahalo Department, I don't really have any questions. I'll give my time to Tam. Member Paulton.
All right. Member Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. So my questions are for Director Stufflebean in the Water Department. First things first, I want to thank you for lowering the ag water rates on small farmers. I really appreciate you guys is doing that. In this time, as you know, we're struggling. And I'd say, I appreciate you guys for lowering on Molokai and Maui because Lanai, we don't have a county doesn't own the water over here. So just pointing that out. Okay, now, I had a meeting with Director Stubblebean and we were talking about my committee meeting on the ADEPT committee about the AEM, the airborne electromagnetic mapping on how we could map our aquifers. And the cost came up to $1.8 million. So Director Stufflebean, what's your opinion on if we could use the reserves of your department to cover that cost so we can actually undo the logjam that's jamming up our affordable housing projects, et cetera, et cetera. So Director?
Yes, at this time, we're in discussions with the management at the county to determine the proper timing and possibilities for that project. So that's still in discussion.
Okay, the 1.8 million would be for West Maui for this, the phase one, and then the rest of the island in a phase two. But really, I'm thinking that you guys say you're in discussion. Well, we're in budget discussion, and I want to see if you'd be willing to use some of your reserves. It's not, otherwise I'm going to try to find the money. And as long as you guys are willing to say that, yeah, you would do it, I don't want to, find the money and then you guys not spend it. That's my concern. So.
Yeah, understood. Yes, we are. As I said, we want to try to get that resolved within this next week, and we'll let you know kind of our decision. And Leslie, did you want to add anything to that?
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. Yeah, we'll continue talking with Water Department, Office of the Mayor, and Department of Management. I think the primary concern right now is we want to make sure we have buy-in at the state level because some of this should be their responsibility as well. So we really want to make sure, because this is not a one-and-done situation. This would be a repeated cost across all of the islands. So we really want to make sure we have buy-in at the state level too, because they should have some ownership of this process. Thank you, Chair.
All right, well, that's something I kind of, let's agree to disagree. I don't want to wait for the state to come up with this. Well, I don't think our communities can wait. There's affordable housing projects that are waiting for water. It's you know, we have a large budget. I think there's fat that we can find if the state doesn't want to kick in. So, and you guys, the members have probably been hearing my lines of questionings of where I'm looking for cuts, I'm looking for places to find, but this would be one of my priorities. I'm just saying it, that we really want to do that West Maui mapping so we can know where the water is, so we can build homes for our people. I heard the time. I'm going to try to get creative in the budget, and I just want to, you know, I spoke in December about this, so hopefully we could have come up with some answers at that by now, but if it needs to be a certain way, then, you know, the council has a chance to put money in as well. I heard the time, and I'll move on to the next one. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Johnson. Member Paulton, followed by Chair Lee.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director Stufflebean and Mr. James. I really like the direction majority of your things are going in. My first question about the increase, I think you said 5% increase in the synopsis, and that regular users won't be feeling it. What about our larger departments like Parks and Recreation? They're a big water consumer. Should they be budgeting for that 5% increase?
Yes, so yeah, they should look at what we're proposing for the increases for the category of water that they're using and make sure that that's covered as well, yes, as they would for any of their utilities.
Okay, and then the other question I had was regarding, I thank you for getting your number 2 questions to us so expeditiously so that we can clarify. I was wondering about the restricted and unrestricted. You said that unrestricted is made up of carryover savings as well as charges for current services, but the restricted is from special assessments, licenses, permits, and others. Is the licenses, permits, and others the PUC fees for private water companies?
The PUC fees.
16.5 million, or what did you mean by license? 16.5 million of the restricted budget comes from licenses, permits, and others. I'm not sure if you could clarify that.
Sure, I'm going to ask Mark.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Thank you for the question.
Introduce yourself.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Mark Pigao, Assistant Fiscal Officer. The 16.5 million that's part of the restricted funds for the CIP bonds is made up of the general excise tax that was budgeted this year.
Oh, okay. And then the special assessment, what is that from?
That includes our water system development fees.
Okay, and then from the GET, I know DHHL gets 20% for water for their projects. Do you guys get the other 80%? Or
Yes,
how is that?
That we share that with DEM. It's water and sewer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So is it like 40-40? 40%, 40%?
Yeah, it depends on the specific set of projects.
Oh, okay, okay. And then I think there was a question about other sources of revenue also. Are you guys, not to you, I think it was to finance, but they spoke about like water revenue bonds or something like that. Is that something that you're open to?
Absolutely. So revenue bonds are very typical for water utilities to utilize because it's a good match in terms of, you know, you pay back the bond as the project is being utilized. So yes, we are actively and supportive of revenue bonds and working with administration to come forward with something for the council to consider.
Okay, and then, I mean, would that apply to the purchase of systems? The other question I had was in relation to Member Sugimura's question about the MLP acquisition. Will eminent domain precede that? Because my understanding is if we do not eminent domain the system, then all the contract agreements already existing on the system, which is a super tangled web, would still apply, but if it were eminent domain, then they wouldn't.
That's my understanding as well. And we can use the revenue bonds for, we have gotten an opinion that we can use revenue bonds for system acquisition as well.
Okay, so the plan is to eminent domain?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that that is one of the advantages of it, is that one of the issues with eminent domain is the one you brought up. I think the decision as to how to proceed is still in the process of being worked out.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. Was that 6 minutes?
The first 3 minutes buzzer went off, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So, and then the other question I had was, I seen all the intake damage to Wailuku Water Company, and so that's affecting water distribution. And while that isn't currently our system, is it affecting our operations if farmers or others can't get access to the water that they previously had before the damage of the system?
Yes, it is. And it's also affecting the water that's coming into the Iao treatment plant, which is our treatment plant that provides water for Central and South Maui. It provides about 10% of our water supply. So, and we know that since the ditch system is not county owned, the owner of the ditch is working to help to clear the ditch and put it back into service. We are getting some water now, but it's been significantly reduced from what we were getting before the storm. But it's in progress, work in progress.
And would it be true if the value of the system needs significant repair to be a functioning system that, I mean, they wouldn't pay us to take their system, but that significantly reduces the value of the system?
Yeah, that'd be correct, yes.
Okay, and are we in any kind of investigation into that system as well?
Yes, I believe that's happening. I'm not involved with that directly at this point, but my understanding is that there's some discussions about that as well. But there's some actions that are happening on that as well, yes.
And similarly, eminent domain would release contracts that they have in place?
That's kind of a legal question, but that's my understanding. Yes.
Oh. Okay. Has your department been following the bills at the state legislature relating to the Agricultural Development Corp?
Yes, we're familiar with those bills, yes.
Okay, are you submitting testimony?
No, we're not.
Okay, and then I think I ran out all my questions for this round. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I like the way that you answered it too. I didn't have to be rude at all and cut you off. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Rollins Fernandez. Teamwork, right? Between the two of you.
Makes the dream work.
All right, so who is next? Chair Lee, followed by Member Batangan.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So, Director, can you remind me how many new CIP projects are being proposed for this budget?
Whoa. The total number, I don't have the total number. A lot of them. Do you have a total number?
That would be Mark.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of them. I'd have to get back on the exact number.
Why don't you just give me the dollar amount then?
100 and what's the total number?
For all. And
we're putting up the final number for you.
Okay, so while he's looking that up, can you tell me, what do you consider your top 5 priority projects?
The total is $176 million. And that is, a lot of that is funding, the majority of that is funding from outside sources. And in terms of priority, the top priority projects are those that develop additional water source. And so there are some projects that develop additional water source on the west side, some central, some upcountry, but those are the ones that are the top priority. Our priority is additional water sources.
Okay, so you're talking about priority being new sources. What about repair of current sources?
Yeah, that's a priority too. So, you know, the balance of how do you balance between, I mean, we could spend all the money, frankly, on just existing needs, but we do understand that new sources are really the most important thing, because that's how we can get additional housing.
Okay, so how many new vacancies are you, how many new positions are you asking for, and how many vacancies do you have?
We're not asking for any new positions except for the 10 positions that would be needed only if we acquire a new private water system. And they were already approved in fiscal 26, as the positions were. And in terms of vacancies, we now have, I think last count I saw, we have 16 vacancies out of a staff of 235. So we're really, I would say, pretty much at full, and almost all of those positions, you know, there's some particular reason why, you know, we're working to fill it, but we're essentially filling all positions.
Most of the positions, are they more like clerical, or are they professional, like engineers and so forth, planners?
We have a couple of engineering positions that are vacant. We're fully staffed in planning. We're pretty much fully staffed in fiscal, and then there's operational positions that just because people leave and it takes a while to refill the position.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair Lee. Member Batangan.
Thank you, Chair. Department, can you describe the energy saving improvements that your department's pursuing through the Johnson Controls contract, and what kind of fiscal impacts can we expect to see as a result of those improvements?
Sure. Yeah, there's a couple of dozen projects that we're working on with them. They're really all solar implementation of solar installations.
Any estimate as to what kind of impacts that will have on your budget?
Yes. So the power that we receive from solar is cheaper than the power that we receive off the grid. I'd have to do the calculations to figure out how much we'd save when all those are implemented. But each one of them is a positive in terms of the amount of money we have to spend for the power.
Okay. No need to transmit that. I don't need the calculations. Okay. Okay, so I did hear from Member Paulton that you guys did transmit the responses to the second round of questions. I haven't had a chance to read through them, so the next one will be answered. But, okay, so I see that you guys are proposing to acquire the Maui Land and Pine water system, and I know one of the members had asked about, are there any concerns about the active litigation surrounding those assets? Does the department have a response to the ongoing litigation surrounding that?
Yeah, I think this is probably not the place where I want to have answer that question. So maybe you might want to do that in closed session.
Okay. One of the questions, or I guess my office had gotten some questions from ratepayers who were surprised to get higher than expected bills in certain months. I got a response from your office saying that it had to do with your equipment being able to read meters, and when it can't, they use estimates. Can you help me understand what happens when an estimate is used that's less than what a ratepayer actually utilizes, and then like what that does for future billings? Does it bump them up into a higher tier?
So, a very good question. So yeah, so at this point, we have meters that measure how much water is used, and we have transmitters that transmit that information to our billing system, like online, and through the web. If our meters are all, to our best of our understanding, accurate, but the transponders that transmit the information, we've been having some trouble with those because of installation problems that were done years ago. And so when we don't get a reading, the customer gets an estimated bill that's based on our best estimate of how much they have used versus what their past use has been. If that happens for a few months, it could be that they use more water than the estimate, or it could be that they use less water than the estimate. But at some point, then we get an accurate read. At that point, if the accurate read shows a lot more water use, in other words, the estimates were low and then suddenly it's a higher bill, then yes, what we do is we assume that water was used balanced over the entire time period and balance out for the tiers. So we're not paying the high tier for that when they get the high water bill. So we do balance that out. And we work with this on a case by case to work with each customer to help them work through the situation.
Okay, thank you very much. And then in response to Chair Lee's question about your highest priority, you said water source. Is that inclusive of the systems that transport the water to, or is it source? Like, am I missing something when it comes to your priorities? Are you just looking at source of water, or are you guys also looking at acquiring systems that deliver the water?
I've always had a hard time prioritizing things because everything's a priority for me. But I would say that when we look at the reliability of our source, the fact that it's controlled by private systems and not under the control of the county is a concern from the reliability as well as potentially getting additional water at that source. So when I say we're looking at new sources, yes, we're talking about new wells, we're talking about potentially acquiring wells, we're talking about recycled water, desalination, storage to help capture the high flows. But also, I think that acquiring some of these private water systems fits in that same category because then we're able to control the source. When we have the problems like the ditch we get flooding and we can go in ourselves since it's our system and take care of it. So that also helps in terms of kind of making sure we have a more reliable source.
Understood. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much. So I have a couple of questions. It may be in your response, but I was asking about what capital projects, if any, need to be delayed or adjusted as a department deals with the response to the recent Kona low storm.
Yeah, so our answer to that was that no, we will not make any changes in the capital project.
Okay, so you're fine with that. Oh, great.
Yeah.
Because that would be huge. So going off of Member Batangan's question, so the billing situation, what I wanted to know is, has the public been informed of what you just described, when they get their bill, and please report if there's a question, and you work with them. So is there some kind of educational communication going on?
So we've been dealing with that on a targeted basis with each individual customer. We would be somewhat concerned about putting out a news release that says, if you think your water bill is too high, give us a call, because we might get a lot of calls on that.
Okay.
So we've been dealing with this on a case-by-case basis.
Okay,
Yeah.
I get you. And something that I think is special to us watersheds. So in your this is from page 820 of your program budget. Goal number 4, you support sustainable water supply. And how does the department determine that 4% of the operating budget will be used for watershed projects? And my main question is more funding needed? Because watersheds are such an important part of our system and for protection and management. So is more funding needed?
Sure. So, I mean, the 4%, we think it's a good funding level, partly because it's hard to get people to do this work. And we think we pretty much maxed out the capacity on Maui to do that work at the 4%, plus other funding that they get. I'm going to let Eva add anything to that if she wants to. That's my understanding.
That's Eva's baby, yeah?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I agree with Director. I mean, the 4% is really to ensure that we can, on an annual basis, sustain this project so they can rely on the department's funding for payroll and the critical functions. And I think to date, the critical factor for them is the staffing.
Mm-hmm.
So even if we provide more funding for them, they may not necessarily increase the deliverables. But we do have the county-wide fund if there are unusual threats or such as storm damage or a new invasive threat, that we have some spare funding, to accommodate those needs.
Okay, thank you. So Kula Watershed Alliance is in my community. So I'm sorry I don't know the answer, but did they get any funding through you?
Yeah, fiscal year 27 was the first time they came to us with a request, and we are requesting $250,000 for their work there.
Thank you. Yeah, I know they're doing amazing work, right? After the wildfire, they manifested. So thank you for that. And my last question on CBS 9511 is acquisition of Maui Land and Pineapple Water System. And just wondering what the operating budget may be to do this.
Right. I believe our answer to that was I think there was a number that was put in the budget. It was 2.8 to, let me look.
Okay, so there's I have to wait for your response then. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it was in the response. I can take a look.
2 million.
And again, I would say this is a pretty preliminary estimate because it's still in progress, but yeah.
Okay. Okay, I think I heard my buzzer go off. All right, members, round 2. Okay, raise your hand. Everybody has, okay, we'll just go down. So we'll start with Member Cook. This is your committee, so Member Cook.
Thank you, Chair. This is for the Water Director and also for budget. What are the projected refunds from federal agencies over the next 2 years regarding the Water Department and from Lahaina and the other events that have happened, from FEMA or any other agencies?
Right, so that's a pretty complicated question. That's probably something we would better if we would get back
Maybe
in
if you
writing
could
with
put
you
that
on
in
that.
writing, because I want to ask some more questions.
Right, sure.
Staff has a question.
Addressing the upcountry water meter list, the need to structurally modify the way it is now, as far as just the disconnect, as far as where the people are located and where they are on the list, and the inefficiency of saying you have the opportunity, but you have to put in a fire line past 7 of your other neighbors that are not adjacent on you on the list. Is there any progress on that?
Yes, something should be coming to council soon on that. Yes.
Okay. I think that's another educational aspect we've discussed it. It's big picture, it's really beneficial to the upcountry community to be able to start getting water meters and the families being able to build on their property. It's also very contentious. People have been waiting for many, many years. And I think if it's clearly defined and people believe it, then they'd be supportive of it. But I'm really hoping that'll happen, because that's been an impediment, no fault of the water department, in being able to satisfy the need. My next question, the GET, the share between the county and DHHL, 80-20, how does that work? My understanding, DHHL is basically working in collaboration with the County Department of Water Supply or County Environmental Management to utilize those funds for affordable housing, but they wouldn't be going off and doing their own project with that. They would be doing it in collaboration. Is that a correct interpretation?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Cook. Yes. No projects move forward without county input and DHHL input, so if either party objects, the funding is not appropriated. They are working with the Department of Management, who then is consulting with either the project folks or the department folks before we move forward with anything. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, if I may, Chair. I think that's another educational aspect. Some of the resistance from utilizing well water, et cetera, DHHL, and it going into the Department of Water Supply system, which makes sense because you're not going to have parallel lines. But clarification of that, the allocation for DHHL water quantitatively is going to be reconciled for use on DHHL properties. Okay, that's something I think that people need to be educated and understand. Thank you.
Okay, you got that. Okay, Member U Hodgins, followed by Senensi, Batangan, Lee, Paulton, Johnson, Rollins, Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. I also had a question about the water billing and your folks' estimates and what you guys do to balance that out. So correct me if I'm wrong, but as I understood it before, if somebody had a ridiculously high water meter bill or water bill because their water meter broke or whatever, you guys have a one-time fix. And in this situation where you folks are going to use estimates, do you guys only fix that one time if there's some concern about the cost of their bill, the price of their bill? Or how does that work when when you say you don't want to advertise it, but please contact us if you have concerns. Are you going to do that more than once, or how does that work?
I'm not sure what you mean by more than once. I mean, if the bill comes in really high
Yeah.
after an estimated period, then we certainly look at how we can adjust that so they don't have to get hit by the heavy tiers
Okay,
when
good.
that comes in. So we do that all the time.
Okay,
If
good.
there are other circumstances, again, case by case, we talk
Right.
to them about how we can work with them on that.
Okay, I had an understanding where it was like, at one time, we'll kind of fix it if there's something ridiculous, that clearly it's some sort of gross miscalculation, like if something happened. But how are you guys are we fixing the transponders?
Oh,
that-
yes.
Oh, okay.
We are, oh, yes. No, we're actively working to replace all the transponders that are broken as quickly as we can. We're making good progress on that. That has to be done by the field crews who've been kind of busy with storms lately, so we got put back a little bit, but they're certainly focusing on trying to get all those replaced with the transponders that are functional, yes.
Okay. Let me find, okay. So in our audit book that we got the other day, in 2024, we had 77 water main breaks, but in 2025, we had 261. How come?
Pipes are getting older.
Okay.
We're maybe also dealing with them more quickly, and we find them. I mean, sometimes when a pipe breaks, you don't know, but as the system gets older, you get additional breaks, and so that's probably why we're trying to get ahead of that, putting additional money in for making sure that we're keeping caught up with that. But it's just as the pipes get older, they break more. Yeah.
Okay. And then how long do you think, since I have more time, we're going to have until all the transponders are fixed?
Well, it's probably going to be forever that there's some transponders that don't work, right?
Okay.
Because they fail. But we think within 3 to 4 months, we can kind of be caught over this big hump where we had this huge number that failed kind of all at the same time when, as Murphy's Law would have it, at that particular moment, we had of the 4 positions that answered the phones, they were all vacant. So that was the perfect storm. So those positions are all filled now. We're keeping up on our phone calls, and we're getting ahead.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Member Sinensi, followed by Member Batangan.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm just seeing all of the responses now. And so I did want to mahalo you guys for answering a lot of our questions. We appreciate it. So I didn't have any new questions beside this one, but I did also want to express my gratitude for being proactive and looking at more source. I mean, I think we could have done this earlier in our history, but I'm happy that you guys are pushing it forward. So mahalo for that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Sinensi. Gratitude is always wonderful. Yes. Next, we have Member Batangan.
Thank you, Chair. Between Member Paulton and the responses that are now posted, I actually don't have any other questions.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Chair Lee.
Thank you. I have a question for the director. I would imagine you didn't anticipate all this, all the flooding, all the heavy rains in the past few weeks, and even more to come in the next few days. What's your anticipated loss of revenues as a result of all this additional water?
I don't really anticipate loss of revenue. I mean, certainly people will be watering their landscapes less, but then that means less cost of delivering the water. So I don't think it's going to have a significant impact on us financially.
Okay, that's hard to understand because, our entire subdivision, and I'm sure every single subdivision in Wailuku and all the, and many other areas have not watered our lawns in 2 weeks, and that accounts for a lot of water, So I have a hard time understanding why that wouldn't make a difference to your budget.
Right. So certainly the
And
revenues.
I'm one of those people. I'm one of those people who didn't have a water meter reader for months. I had the same usage on my bill like for 4 or 5 months. I knew that was wrong, but I was too busy to call. And I did try to call, but I didn't get much of a response. So again, just the corrections that were made to everybody's water bill, the lack of usage of water is really not going to make much of a difference to your overall budget in terms of revenue loss. Just wanted to verify that.
Right, that's correct, but I would also add that there will be some revenue loss, of course, although we do encourage water conservation, so this certainly helps on the water conservation side, but that also decreases our cost of having to deliver the water, so our pump costs, our treatment costs also get somewhat reduced because there's less water we have to deliver and pump in through the system. So that, to some degree, balances out the revenue loss.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So, Member Paulton, hiya.
Thank you. I got about 3 more questions I just came up with, diving deep. I noticed that 8 of your vacancies have been vacant since like 2020 through 2023. Any thoughts to like redescribing, reallocating, offering some retention benefits not retention, recruitment, benefits on those vacancies that have been vacant since 2020 through 2023?
Absolutely. We are looking at all the possibilities for some of those long-term vacancies, including the ones you mentioned. Yes, for sure.
Oh, great. Okay. And then thank you for the dam inspection and water levels, which fluctuate daily. They anticipate maybe potentially 10 to 20 more inches through the weekend. Would those dams be able to contain that additional amount? Especially the Mahinahin one, because I live in West Maui, but yeah.
So yes, I mean, our dams all have spillways that if they get full, the water can safely spill. So we're not concerned.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's not like Kala'iola.
No.
Okay, and then I also received your response on the north-south nature of water and that the elevated storage would go through to the fire and spill out. Would the water up north or the transmission line still need to be tested in the same way that Burn Down Lahaina had been tested if there were the potential to transmit fresh water north and south? Or because all the water is gravity fed and would go south, you wouldn't need to test the north system in the same way?
Yeah, so our testing procedure is that we look at the hydraulics. The first thing we look at is the hydraulics of the system and which way would water flow. And that's how we determine what could be impacted by potential contamination in the system. So that's exactly what we do. That's the first thing we look at is the hydraulics of the system.
Okay, and if the contaminants is only spread by the water flowing through the pipes?
Right, yes, yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. That's all 3 of them.
Very good. So, let's see, Paulton, Johnson, Member Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. My question's been asked and answered.
Okay. Member Rollins Fernandez.
Same, mahalo.
So you're fine? You said same.
Same.
Okay. Member Cook, you have a question.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. For a couple of small questions. It was brought to my attention the upcountry water line breaks that are going across gulches, which have been pretty chronic for a long period of time and a challenge. Is there plans for doing like permanent siphons through some of these areas, which are expensive and problematic, especially if you're having flooding? But now you're kind of circumnavigating these gulches to enable the water to continue. How does that fit into the long-term plan? I mean, the upcountry is very problematic.
Right. So one of our CIP projects is to deal with that exact issue, and so it was almost done when they had another storm. But yeah, so yes, one of our projects is to deal with the exact issue of the gulch crossings for the problematic lines upcountry.
Thank you. Are there any plans for stormwater capture?
We are just starting down that path. We heard that a lot in the public meetings, that why don't you capture more of the stormwater? So we are just initiating a study to look at the feasibility of that, where would be the best locations for something of that nature. And so that's just getting started.
Hopefully that would work with Public Works
right.
and the state and NRCS, everybody. It's a big deal, but anyway, now that we're under storm watch constantly, I'm hoping that that gets highlighted and memorialized, that when it's dry, we should be addressing that issue. Is there any, as far as utilizing AI tape agent technology in the department, I'm going to talk with management about this, and it's emphasizing it to assist employees and not replace them. Hopefully that can be emphasized. But it seems like when I look at Maui County Code and all of the different aspects, there's a lot of prescriptive type reviews and then subjective type reviews, especially with planning and SHPD. I'm just hopeful that we can, and I don't know what the existing $3 million for IT is, but is there a discussion that in the department about utilizing new tools in that regard?
So sure, yeah. So obviously AI is a tool that can be very valuable. Some people, some people are better at or more ready to use that than others. So some of our staff are already using it to some degree. And so, and one of the main issues, like one of the questions we got was, why do you go to these national conferences? One of the big issues at the national conferences is discussions among other water utilities about how AI can be used to make their operations more efficient. So we are
Thank you.
participating in that as well.
We got a lot of that at NACO too, which was very constructive. So these conferences really are worthwhile. Anyway, that's the end of my questions. Thank you very much, directors and chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I got to ask this, since we're upcountry water meters, right, as is our ongoing challenge. But what is the timeline to approve the 100 meters from the upcountry wait list as listed in your goal number 37, page 820 of your program budget? You might have answered it in your question, but if you would answer in public.
So as you know, now that we have additional source upcountry because of the improvements to the Kamali water plant, the filtration, we can start processing the meter list. And our goal is to process the 100 meters within fiscal year 27.
All right. Okay. Everybody will just be cheering,
And that's not, we're not limiting it to 100, but that's,
Oh, okay. That's a start. Okay, Nohe. That's the start. Yeah, we're waiting. Okay, anybody else have any more questions? See none. All right. Director, will you introduce everybody that's here? I'm sorry, I didn't ask you to do that.
Sure. Yeah, we have James Jensen is our chief engineer.
Hi.
Eva Blumenstein is our planning and water resources manager. Mark Pagao is our, did I pronounce it right? I'm going to make sure. Thank you. He's new. He's our assistant fiscal officer. And then Adam Monday is our, basically in charge of our personnel and human resources issues and doing a great job. So that's our staff. Thank you.
Oh, very good. Sorry, I should have asked you to do that earlier. Member Batangan.
Chair, I'm sorry, there is a question that I forgot to ask, and I have to do this in fairness to fiscal. There was an audit report that had come out in February in which there were conflicting statements between the Department of Water Supply and the Department of Finance over who was responsible for overseeing their procurement. I asked them just so I could get on the record their perspective, but from the Department of Water Supply's perspective, what is the process through which procurements are overseen?
Sure. So we have two people who manage our contracts, and the contracts are then reviewed by and approved by the finance department. So they are directly overseen by the finance department.
Okay. Good for consistency. I think we're done with questions, everybody, unless if Member Paulton has another one before we close.
No, I'm looking forward to what Mr. James and the fire department come up with, so we can move forward on that. We did agree to meet again after budget, and all their math and calculations and new systems of doing things are very exciting. Like the director said, now is a great time to work for the water department. So, all those vacancies from 2020, 2023, check them out.
All right. Okay, so thank you very much, Water Department. I really appreciate all of you sitting with us and educating us. We look forward to reading the questions that you have answered or your responses. So at this time then, I'm going to call a recess and we'll come back at 11 and switch out to management. Okay, we're in recess. Welcome back to the Budget Finance Economic Development Committee. We will now continue on. The next department on our agenda is Department of Management. And we have today Managing Director Josiah Nishita. Can you introduce your team?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, committee members. Good to see you guys all again. I'll include Leslie on our team, but you guys, of course, know Leslie, Budget Director. John Smith, our Office of Recovery Administrator. Aaron's our Deputy Managing Director, and then Kim is our, I don't know if you guys read the formal announcement previously, but Kim was selected to fill our CTO role for our IT Services Division. So big congratulations to her. I think probably less than a month or so, somewhere around there. Anyway, fairly new to the role, but has been with the department for some time. And so I think myself more than anybody is very appreciative of her stepping into that role. So I have one less job to do. But anyway, that's our team here today. And then we do have some resources online if needed. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Members, we did receive the Managing Director's response and it is MD1. And what is it on Granicus? Do we know? I know it's just submitted. Okay. Oh, it's number 39. So members, number 39 on Granicus. Thank you very much. So at this time then, I will ask for Chair Lee, do you have questions for Managing Director or Management?
Can I go last, please?
Yes, you can go last. Member Paulton, Johnson, Rollins, Fernandez, Cook. Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. I guess I wasn't really prepared, but my first question would probably be, the status on the personnel and who you're working with on that. What is it? RFP? If you could update us on how that's going, and I know you said restructuring. Any early identified issues that we can move on?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, the team really running that is comprised of Department of Management, Department of Personnel Services, and Department of Corporation Counsel. I believe they're in the contracting phase right now with a selected entity. So we did run the RFP. A entity was selected, and they're working through contracting right now. It is envisioned to be a.
Are you allowed to tell us the entity that they selected?
I think we need to pass the protest period and all that kind of stuff first. But I'll follow up after this meeting. If we're allowed to, we'll submit it in writing to you folks. And then that will be a multi-year contract to help both with an assessment and then some recommendations and policy and rule changes.
Okay, and then are you enforcing the administrative rules section of the code that all the departments, we have some new departments and they're growing like gangbusters, but I don't know if their administrative rules have been set. And it seems like that would be the foundation, especially, in an election year. I'm a big fan of consistency,
Yes. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Paulton, for the question. And I'll just preface this by saying apologies for not getting MD2 to you before this meeting, but we are working on that and we'll get it to you following this meeting. But yeah, the Department of Management does provide assistance and oversight to departments. Some departments are in need of more assistance than others, of course. I would say that I would agree that the, I guess our establishing of admin rules in certain areas is not keeping pace with the growth that has been occurring in the county, especially considering all of the new areas that we're having to cover now in terms of, departmental operations, dealing with disaster recovery and.
Do you think a consultant should be contracted to assist the departments with their administrative rules if they're falling behind, or like I know some AI technologies have advanced to assist.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, we have discussed potential use of consultants in that area. It is hard for certain types of operations for a consultant to be used just because you need kind of an internal knowledge of all the different laws and, you know, policies and practices and whatnot, but that has been evaluated. And in terms of AI, that has not been used to date in terms of the development of administrative rules, although it has been used by some departments to lay out frameworks for how maybe they could structure different policies and whatnot. But as of right now, we're not relying solely on AI to develop admin rules or policies or procedures.
Okay, Chair?
Yes.
I got a additional disclosure. There's 4 additional human minors, 2 additional adult human minors. So there's George Vieira, Kyoki Vieira, Maria Gatsa in the house.
Sounds like you're having a family gathering. Wonderful.
Until they fly off to Buffalo.
Do you have any more questions? You're done?
I thought I heard the bell.
Yeah,
I don't want to.
Okay, I thought you were in the
Yeah, I
midst
don't want
of
to be
stuff.
hogged, but I'll go on my next round.
Okay, thank you. Member Johnson, Rollins Fernandez, then Cook.
Thank you, Chair. Just listening to that previous discussion, I just want to once again push for the administrative rules for Bill 111 in housing to be written. So please work on those admin rules. Okay. Excuse me. Questions for you guys. Thank you, all of your team, for being here, Director, and I'm just here to ask these few questions here. I only have 3. So please provide a status update or findings from the professional services, the comprehensive classification and compensation study for bargaining units and the professional services, the comprehensive review of existing personnel admin rules and regulations. Is the department involved with creating a plan for or drafting supplemental agreements to the master agreements under the Fringe Benefit Fund? And that's on page 499 of the PB.
Chair, may I respond?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Johnson, for the question. I'm assuming you're done talking. I'm sorry, the video on the screen is, maybe it's delayed. It's okay. In regards to the question, the department did review you know, the appropriation request by council, as well as the newly executed agreements and the process that went into that. There was assessments done by the employer group in relation to that. What we opted to do instead was provide a direct benefit to the employees instead of doing a study as to the benefits to be provided. And so I'm sorry, I don't know if Department of Personnel Services came before you guys already, but we did make a draft, we did provide a draft supplemental agreement to HGA and are working through with them to provide a benefit to our lowest paid employees.
Okay, you know that, Josiah, that's near and dear to my heart. I'm really glad you guys are doing that, so thank you for that. Okay, I'm gonna move on. This is a different topic, of course. In page 499 of the budget proposal, there's something called a screening machine. Can you explain what that does, what it is? A screening machine? It's not a copier, is it?
Thank you, Chair. If I may respond, thank you. And thank you, Councilmember Johnson, for the question. I don't have the budget book open to me right now, but I'm assuming you're talking about the security piece of this.
Yes.
It was.
Security section, yes.
Yes, and I guess the simplest way I can relate it to is similar to like the judiciary across the street, like a metal detector, things like that. It's probably the closest example.
Oh, okay. You know, I think for years, okay, I'll just speak for myself, but I know that the majority of this body has not been in favor of that because we would have funded it because it's been, this topic has been brought up. And again, I think, you know, having an open door policy with a metal detector, is that really an open door? And again, I'm going to talk from my personal experience. I went to high school with a metal detector, and it's absurd, right? So it just really brings up bad vibes for me, just saying that for the record. My time's up. I have another question later, but thanks for clarifying that. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Oh, would you like to answer?
Yes, thank you, Chair. And thank you, Councilmember Johnson, for the question. Oh, and maybe not the question, but the statement. You know, when I used to work for the council as well, this came up in many council chairs meetings as well as, you know, other avenues. So I'm pretty well aware of a lot of the discussion that has occurred at council regarding this.
Right.
We did have concerns raised to us by Maui Police Department and, you know, other members of the public and whatnot. And we are fine taking policy direction in this sense from council if majority of members feel like that's not necessary or needed at this time. I think it was to put this back forward for discussion so that we can make sure that we're all on the same page, whether to go forward or not. Thank you.
Thanks for that clarification.
Thank you very much.
You heard what I said. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Member Rollins Fernandez, followed by Cook.
Hello, Chair. Aloha, Managing Director, Director Smith, and I think team, Ms. Wade. Yeah, I see you. Or Deputy Wade. Okay. I will dovetail off of Member Johnson first. I was also an opponent of any screening machines. I get it. I get wanting to balance that, but I think the risks of making people not want to come and engage their representatives outweigh the benefits. And I think we have protections with our doors being locked and calling in to come in. And, you know, we don't have to go delve deep into that, but I would be in support of removing that funding and reallocating it to something else. Okay. 2 questions. MD1, question 16, professional services, Brown and Caldwell to complete a cesspool survey. Would you explain a little more about why that's under the management department and what does the relationship with DEM for the wastewater division look like in managing that contract?
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll start, and if Aaron or anybody else has anything to add. The primary reason why it's under our department is there's a lot of different departments involved in this. So we kind of needed like a central coordinating agency, so to say. So Department of Management kind of stepped into that role. This is in relation to discussions with EPA regarding conversion of cesspools on county property and timelines for it in order to meet kind of their compliance requirements. And so as part of our agreement towards this was to do a comprehensive, survey or study and to identify all the areas that would need to be, upgraded or flipped out. And so Department of Management stepped into that kind of, coordinating agency role to make sure that all the different properties are studied and or identified and then then we can work from there to get them properly addressed. Okay, and then no further comments from our team. Thank you.
Okay, mahalo for that response. I appreciate it. Question 20. The department, the DHHL 21 million condition in the GET funds. I was able to speak with Ms. Taomoro, so mahalo Ms. Taomoro for making time to speak with me about the concerns and issues arising out of that. I personally would like to continue to pursue that condition. I understand what DHHL's concerns, but DHHL has had a year to get that intergovernmental agreement. And I think the homesteaders should know and put pressure on them to complete that task. So that's my position on that. And if you would like to comment, I invite you to do so.
Thank you, Chair. May I respond, please?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Rollins Fernandez, for the question. Yeah, I would just say our response to number 20 is not necessarily telling you guys you need to change it or anything. I guess it was just in response to the question of, in terms of implementing it, are we facing any time delays or whatever? And it's primarily in relation to that. I don't think it's anything that can't be overcome, but obviously, working with different state agencies and parties, I think they're just asking for additional flexibility in that process. We'll continue working with them. And if we have any recommendations for you folks, we'll come back before a decision-making week to provide some recommendation in that regard. And then I would just note that we may also be asking for a reappropriation of that funding depending on the timing of certain things. So once again, we'll come back to you folks with that. Thanks.
Okay, very good.
Mahalo, Managing Director. Mahalo, Chair.
Okay, thank you. So next, we have Member Cook, Member Wu, Hodgins, and Sinensi.
Thank you, Chair. Real briefly, I think I know what it is. What is dark fiber? Is that like a secured fiber access?
I think can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Is that okay? It is actually the wiring for the network, so it is Spectrum and Hawaiian Tel that does the wiring for our different facilities across the county for connectivity.
And is it secured? What are they called? Okay.
There's security behind that as well, but yes.
Okay, thanks. Vacant positions continue to be a perennial issue and a large budget item. And I'm a strong advocate because of the unknown future revenue sources because of various conditions that we're dealing with in the community. Everything is being measured as the way we are now and how it will be next year. And then we know there's going to be potential substantial changes 2 or 3 years from now. And combined with the global situation, gas prices and stuff. So I'm an advocate of basically being able to lower the budget, and I don't want to cut departments' programs and whatnot. So I'm just focusing on unfilled positions, especially positions that haven't even been, and I'm not familiar with the terminology, haven't been described and approved and put into the reorg chart. I find it extremely frustrating how inefficient and continually an issue that we have a bunch of vacant positions and we're asking for new positions because we have to describe what they're going to do and get them in the reorg chart, and we still have 300 blowing in the wind positions. So can you give me some feedback about how aggressively you feel that we could take a knife to that aspect of it? Because I don't want to undermine the productivity and the effectiveness of the county, and I do want to cut the budget because I feel that it was $381 million in 2007, and I don't see that we've done this vast new technology, new enterprises. So I'll be quiet and put you on the spot.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Cook, for the question. I guess just one thing I would note on the last piece is, obviously there have been a lot of charter amendments over the years that have established a lot of new departments and agencies. So there's, one area for a lot of increase in the budget. And then probably our biggest unforeseen, item that continues to, require a lot of county funding is the recovery and response activities from the Lahaina wildfires. In terms of the positions, I think what we've been trying to do is positions that are going to have to go through that process or haven't been created yet, that we've been proposing unfunded positions to kind of eliminate that funding issue. And if they're created earlier, we can always come in with a budget amendment or use savings through either vacancies or unspent overtime expenses. One of the things that we are aggressively pursuing, that was referenced earlier by, I think it was maybe Councilmember Paulton, is the review and kind of revamp of that whole process to be able to kind of, step into the 21st century, because a lot of the processes and rules and guidelines and whatever they were under, some may be newer, but, some could be from the 90s or whatnot. And so we have a completely different workforce. We have new government operations and structures in place. And so we really need to kind of, and that new expectation really from incoming employees about what a workplace looks like, how it functions, what their role in the workplace is and whatnot. And so, governments can tend to be, slow to adapt to that. And so we really want to use this as a kind of a catch-up provision to help us adapt into what is already being experienced now, as well as what we can plan for the future. Thanks.
My time's up. I'll wait my next question. Thank you.
Member Hodgins, followed by Senensi.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you guys for being with us today. Let me see, a couple of questions I have for you. I do see that majority of your staff in management, and I'll save this question for Mayor's office as well, looks like they're going to get an increase in salary. But we just had a union come forward, and we'll see the junk details to come, where one of our unions that are first responders don't have a step increase at all. How are we going to justify these increases for you folks and then not for our first responders?
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
And I'm asking you, Josiah, and management, because you guys are overseeing everybody's one, and then one particular union does not have step increases.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Hodgins, for the question. Specific to all the departments and agencies that we oversee, all of those are guided by collective bargaining. So any of the increases reflected in any of the departments or agencies that we oversee is reflective of what was either agreed upon through collective bargaining or arbitrated, or it could even be a negotiated settlement depending on whatever the situation is. Regarding HFFA's situation, I know that we are going to be meeting with them soon, I believe, because, on one hand, there's the arbitration decision, which is final and binding, although I believe I had heard that HFFA may look to try to see if can challenge the decision or whatnot. So that is completely within their purview and right to do. But depending on whatever the final outcome is, I think we'll want to have discussions with HFFA to see what that final resolution is to that situation, and then what maybe additionally could be done, but with the county. I would just note that things that haven't been asked by HFFA particularly, or really any of the unions, but specific to HFFA, we did provide, even though that there is no hazard pay provision in their contract, there's a hazard duty piece. We still provided the temporary hazard pay that was working in conjunction with this council as well. We also have agreed to provide them the free medical benefit that goes to all once the contract
like
is
everyone
settled.
else in the county.
And then we've also agreed at the state ledge, there was an issue with their pension benefits, maybe not having enough contributions to meet the expected outfall. And so instead of raising it on the employee, we agreed to make those contributions on behalf of the employee. Anyway, just to mention that there are a lot of things that the county already has done without being requested by really any union in particular. To help benefit our employees, and we're willing to discuss with HFFA once an arbitration decision has been settled upon, and we know what the landscape is and what can be done following that.
Okay,
Thank you.
I heard the bell. Thank you.
Okay,
Thanks,
thank you.
Josiah.
Good questions. Member Senensi.
Mahalo, Chair, and Mahalo, Managing Director, and thank you for keeping our office kind of informed about the flooding in East Maui, and that helps when I'm working out here and not actually in Hana. So thank you. This morning, your opening comments you mentioned was the $20 million for federal funding for housing projects? Or was that for DHHL? I see 21 million for DHHL, but this morning you said something about federal funding.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, if I may answer. And then thank you, Councilmember Senensi, for the question. The 20, and I know the numbers are the same, so it can get confusing. There's two kind of $21 million figures. One is in the GET DHHL fund. What I was, and that's for CIP projects kind of related to the building of housing. The 21 million I was referencing earlier, roughly 21 million in my opening comments, was specific to funding that we have in the Office of Recovery to address the anticipation of FEMA assistance ending in February of 2027. So, I think in the direct housing program, I think we still have over 500 households in that, and then there's still some additional receiving rental assistance as well. And, that number will continue to evolve as time is going on, but we want to make sure that should FEMA not continue the housing mission, and we have a number of households still needing assistance, whether through case management or through actual housing assistance, that we have the funding in place to be able to step into the gap. So that's what that's referencing.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And then as we go through the districts, the different districts, we're receiving some requests from nonprofits at each district meeting. Do you have any competitive grants in your department?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Senensi, for the question. I believe all the grants that we have administered have been line item grants. They haven't been, we don't have competitive pots available. The only caveat I would make is that our CDBG-DR program does do solicitations. Not necessarily in the same manner for like grants to individual agencies, but more for programs to administer the CDBG-DR action plan. But specific to the Department of Management in general, absent of CDBG-DR, we only do line item.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Member Batangan.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, so this one's kind of a general question, but it does impact your department. There are a number of grants and contracts referenced in the budget narrative that are not provisoed in the budget ordinance. Since the budget ordinance is the only thing that this body votes on and is the only thing that's adopted into law, how does the department plan to implement the things that are singled out in the budget narrative but not included in the ordinance itself?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Batangan. So that happens when the departments have already conducted the competitive grant process. That is why it is reflected as a pot rather than individual line items. It also provides them flexibility if any entities need funding throughout the year. I think if the council has specific concerns about any of the organizations that are named in the program budget, that's a conversation we should have during this process. So the department can either address them or withdraw that funding if the concerns warrant that. Thank you, Chair.
So I understand that for the grants. What about the contracts? Because you can't have identified a recipient without going to RFP first.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so there's a variety of different avenues. A competitive solicitation is one avenue. We could have contracts that are renewals that have already gone through solicitation in a previous year, and then it's being renewed. We also are able to go through like NASPO, or there's other, I can't remember what it's called, but it's basically like the state has certain like cooperative purchasing agreements that we can go through because it's already been competitively solicited. So there are other avenues than a traditional like RFP that can be done that you can have contracts administered through your program.
Okay. I might have follow-up questions on that in writing, but let me just do on this. So the next two questions have to do with the function of the Department of Management. One of them is related to your CIP projects. There's a CIP project to do a police sign in front of Wailuku's office. Why is that a Department of Management function? Like you mentioned to Ms. Rollins Fernandez, about the other thing, it had to do with coordinating amongst departments, but this one doesn't seem to fit that explanation. Can you explain?
Please.
Thank you, Chair. So we did bring this up before council, I think, last fiscal year. Basically, what this project is about is I think it was in like 2020 or 2021, maybe, council renamed the Wailuku Police Station in remembrance of a former chief. And the family had requested the Maui Police Department to install signage to that effect, renaming the police station. For various reasons, that has not occurred to date, and we're just trying to fulfill the family's wishes in that regard, as well as fulfill the decision that was determined by council to rename that facility. So that's why Department of Management's doing that project.
I hear the time. I still don't think I understand why this is a Department of Management project, but the buzzer has gone off. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it was just sitting there until Department of Management decided to pick it up. Is that correct? Managing Director?
Thank you, Chair, for the question. There is likely various reasons why it hasn't been done, but the gist of the matter is it hasn't been done, and we're trying to fulfill what the council decided in renaming the facility and to honor the family.
Okay, thank you. So I have a question for my time, I guess it's already started. The ERC, Economic Recovery Commission, which was put together after the August 8th wildfires, and 100 members from the community, including Honolulu and everybody, convened, and it was OED, Department of Liquor, and Jimmy Tokioka, anyway. And for us, we have Jeannie Skog and her crew, who have taken over in terms of implementing, and this is a question, I think, for Office of Recovery. So I am told, I was trying to look for it, I didn't see it, but I am told that in Office of Recovery, their contract is now, it's a contract versus a grant. And I'm just wondering why, and I wonder how much, because I couldn't find it. And I can send it as a question if we need to, but do you, John Smith, do you have,
Thank you, Chair. If I can start, and then I'll hand it off to Mr. Smith. Yes, just as we've been talking with council about going through and determining grants versus contracts, the administration has been going through that process as well. And this was one of the grants that was identified that should be administered as a contract. And we'll hand it off to Mr. Smith. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, I may actually ask Deputy Managing Director to weigh in on this one if you can. If that's okay, Chair.
Yes.
Thank you. I think it's important to call out the awesome work that's been happening with the Economic Recovery Commission and the broad grassroots outreach that's been happening and discussions. So I hope that this reflects the desire to continue to keep working together. The reality is the restructuring of the way that it is, that the funds are paid for their services does need to change because of the way that it's essentially a fee-for-service. So we're happy to continue working and want to continue promoting the work with the ERC. But I think we need to make a structural shift in that platform. Thank you.
So is that, you're done?
Yeah, I mean, just the difference between a grant and a contract is the work that the ERC started was awesome and we want it to continue. It's just the mechanism for that scope of services.
Okay. I would think, if you think about all the work that they're doing, because I have been involved, maybe not as heavily as them, but it's pretty awesome, what communications they have established. And I don't know how you would get somebody to just, do an RFP and they're going to fit in. I don't think so, but.
Yeah, I totally agree. And we're not trying to slow down the work or stop the work, anything like that. We want to support it at the same level, all the good work that was started. This is purely a contractual discussion, but if, totally open to if there needs to be a change.
I think we have to legally find out, right? Is that, that's what you're doing now?
That's why I'm kind of bouncing around here, because I think the question is not whether or not we support the work. We definitely support the work. I actually get reports from Jordan Hart on our team regularly about all the awesome work that's being done in the ERC, so I don't think that's the issue here.
Mm-hmm. So maybe Corp Counsel, we can get a clarification. Do you want us to send it to you in writing? Yeah, maybe we better do that, because I think they've done this, I don't even know how many years already, and it's just they continuing, their good work. And I don't know how you would find somebody to fit in with all these relationships that they've established. For me, it's unique, but maybe it isn't. I don't know. So we will send something in writing to you on that. And I have another question. So I got walking around at one of the festivals, somebody asked me, who works for the county, is that how come some people get like a $5,000, stipend for signing up or doing whatever for the County of Maui, and what about all of us who's been here for years? So I'm curious, and I saw that in finance, their response that that's what they do for whatever reason to entice people to come and work at the County of Maui. And since you were talking about personnel and your contract that you are finalizing, is that part of what you're looking at?
Thank you, Chair, for the question. There's a lot of specifics behind it, but I'll just enter it generally at this point, is that each department does have either policies in place or opportunity to create policies to provide that to employees. It can include things, maybe things more traditionally known as like relocation expenses or things like that, but it does also provide for some incentives for hiring that come with stipulations as to the duration of time, like employees have to remain on the job and whatnot to collect the full benefit. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll have another connecting question because the bell went off on that. Anybody else have questions for the department?
Yeah.
Member Cook, okay.
Hello.
I'll just go, sorry. Chair Lee, sorry about that.
And that's okay. Yeah, I'm last, remember? Okay, so I think this question might be for John. John, how many permanent positions were created in the Office of Recovery?
Chair.
Yes.
So there were I don't want to mix and match. Under Office of Recovery, there are, two branches. There's the permanent civil service side. I think there were 11 positions created there originally. And then there was up to 56 positions in the CDBG-DR program that were allocated last year's budget. And just to give you.
So how many of these do you expect to continue, and how long do you anticipate the Office of Recovery to continue as well?
I appreciate that question. I literally drew a graph of that on my paper right next to Josiah 5 minutes ago. But the way I would think about it is, one, the Office of Recovery is permanent. So those 11 positions or something around there, depending on how Department of Management utilizes those particular resources, will be there for the long haul. The 56 positions, which to date we've filled 27 of those 56 positions, that comes and goes with the grant itself. And that's specifically the CDBG-DR grant. So we are in the ramp up phase right now. I would think of it like a bell curve, where we're ramping up through probably the first 3 years of that program. And then that will start to come back down over time, over the next 6 or 7 years. So what are the status, what's the status of the 27 and ultimately 56 positions? Are you hiring them like on a yearly basis, or how do you hire these people if they're not full-time? I mean, not full permanent. They're hired with the knowledge that it's a temporary position, but it's a years-long temporary position. So meaning they understand that the grant is large and that it's going to take years for these implementation programs to go out. So we're able to attract really good employees to those positions, but they do know that ultimately those will go away when we hire them.
Is it because your compensation program is flexible and you can offer more money to these people?
That's part of it. There is some more flexibility built into the way a grant-funded position works. And then what we're finding is Office of Recovery is very attractive to folks that have been in the county a long time but really just want to help with the recovery. I'm seeing a tremendous amount of interest, actually. So it's been really, it's not always about the money. Oftentimes it's about, I want to help, and I can help, and I've only got a few years left before I retire. So we're getting a lot of positions filled that way.
Oh, wait a minute. So you're saying that they could finish their civil service requirements?
Yes.
In your, okay. I might have a few more questions along those lines later. Thank you, Chair.
So we'll go for another round. I'm gonna start by Member Batangan.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. I noticed that legislative tracking was added to the core functions of the Department of Management. Traditionally, this has been done through the Office of the Mayor. I know that assignment had been temporarily assigned to me at one point. Like, I'm trying to understand whose responsibility ledge tracking is, and like what the Director of Government Affairs does, if not ledge tracking.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Batangan, for the question. So getting to the first part, Council, this might have been 2 years ago, maybe 2 fiscal years ago, we were able to ask Council for a position, and Council granted us one EP to be able to run that state legislative piece. We're able to hire sometime last year, I can't remember the exact date, for that position. And then we felt seeing changes, especially in administrations and whatnot, there needed to be consistency between not only relationships and whatnot, but also just in terms of like how departments are requesting for changes or submitting legislation or providing comments or anything like that. And we needed some historical background to that. So we did get that approved by council, and we're able to fill it. And so that role's currently being overseen by Department of Management. In terms of the Director of Communications and Government Affairs, Obviously, the communications piece is huge. So that's probably like 90-something% of the job. And then the other portion of it in terms of government affairs is really a liaison between, especially our federal partners and us, as well as other government agencies. And the communication piece aspect of it helps just ensure that we're all staying on the same page and communicating the same message to our constituents.
Thank you. So we haven't gotten your response to the second round of questions, so I'd like to ask now, can you please explain to us what the work in the EO 2025-02 are? Those were used as justification for the pay increases for the EM positions.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Batangan, for the questions. That's basically the collective bargaining increases, and then it's subject to the executive order that was issued to follow for their counterparts. So this isn't just in the Department of Management, it would be across all departments. And so just to stay inconsistent, I guess stay in compliance with the EO, those are being attributed. And I don't know if Budget Director has anything else to add.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to add, I know a copy of the EO has been transmitted with a lot of the departmental responses, but it was also included in BD08 if you're looking for a copy. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
So next we have Member Paulton, Johnson, Rollins, Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair. This question was also asked to Finance about preparing a resolution to transfer the remaining funds associated with the special management area permit issued to Cebu, Hawaii, Inc. for the sale of McKenna Resort and the unfulfilled employee housing obligation in the Central Maui Kihei area under Chapter 3.32 Maui County Code. And Finance said that they will work with the appropriate departments on the resolution to transfer the remaining funds. Can you tell us what the appropriate departments would be?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Paulton. I think we'll probably have to follow up with you in writing on that. I'm sorry, I haven't been tracking that issue, so I'd be happy to follow up and then, provide a response in writing.
That'd be great. And then I think it's either Hawaii Community Assets or Hawaiian Community Lending approached us for, I think, $6 million for special assessment fees for the rebuild of Lahaina Residential, and it was talked about their appropriation from fiscal year 26 going to that, but I think they have individual homeowners that were going for the other 7.5 appropriation. Is that something that the county could entertain assisting the Lahaina residential owner occupants with for the rebuild? Because I guess it won't otherwise happen.
Please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Paulton, for the question. I guess in the first part as to Hawaii Community Lending's a $7.5 million appropriation, I have instructed staff to move forward with that. So they're in the process of trying to execute that. So if there's any concern over Hawaii Community Lending not receiving that funding for the original program, then don't worry about that. That is proceeding. The other piece of it, we have been, and unfortunately, I think a lot of this stuff was really coming to a point, but after we had to already finalize all of our budget requests. So we have had discussions over the past few weeks trying to identify if there's any opportunity for us to be able to either find $6 million somewhere or reallocate it from somewhere else or whatnot to be able to assist. I would just say, for me personally, I would love to be able to assist these individuals in some way because they have a very hard path to getting to be able to be rebuilt. But it's not a matter of, I guess, maybe do we support it or not? It's more of where's the funding going to come from?
they wouldn't be able to apply for the CDBG because not all the residents of Lahaina Residential are within that AMI income group. Is that what the reason that we can't go by individual unit owners? It has to be like multifamily project. Everybody has to be within the HUD AMI.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Bolton, for the question. In essence, yeah, that's correct that there's issues with not, all owners qualifying. But the other piece too is that, if the units didn't get rebuilt for some reason, the county could be on the hook for that money. And the reason being that maybe the other owners, let's say they can't afford or don't come forward to finance a special assessment, then there wouldn't be the opportunity for the actual units to be built potentially. So anyway, there's a lot of various issues in regards to that, to using CDBG-DR funding. And so that's why we've been trying to work with the different entities to see if there's something else that can be done.
Thank you.
Okay. You're done. Member Johnson. Is he on? I don't see him.
Yep, I'm here, Chair. Thank you. Just one quick question for you. Is the rebuilding of the Lahaina Courthouse and prison shelter ready? Can this project be sequenced over multiple years? Is the Lahaina Restoration Foundation seeking funding from other sources to rebuild the courthouse and prison?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Council Member. Lahaina Restoration has gotten FEMA public assistance. They do have some insurance. The interesting piece about these facilities is they're county-owned and have been managed through a right of entry by Lahaina Restoration Foundation. They will have a gap in order to be able to rebuild. So the goal for us is, since they are county facilities and we are wanting to see those reconstructed and utilized for the community, to be able to support them in doing that and to provide them the flexibility of using non-federal funds in order to facilitate that rebuild.
Sure. Do you think they'll use that $9.7 million all this year?
Thank you for the question. I think we're going to have to continue to be in a dialogue with Lahaina Restoration Foundation and better understand their timeline. They had significant setbacks, as I mentioned, in our DRIP committee presentation with the Baldwin home in particular. Our facilities are in decent condition still for restoration, but they have to balance that with the entirety of their workload. So while they reassess the Baldwin homes restoration, I think we will need to be a little bit flexible with them to understand their needs for funding.
I guess this just goes to our so many departments. We have so much carryover savings. It's just a concern I have. Maybe come back for a budget amendment. Would that be something you guys would be willing to do because of, just like you said, the holdups and the hookups and the unintended delays? What say you guys about that?
I mean, I think we can offer that if the council is open and willing to continue a dialogue about it, and we can come back for discussions. I know that they would love to present to you their master plan so that you folks can also see the larger picture for restoration. I think that could be an opportunity.
Okay, great. Thanks for your response. Thank you, Chair. No further question.
All right. Thank you. Member Rollins Fernandez, followed by Cook.
Hello, Chair. This question is for Office of Recovery. And a lot of my questions have been addressed in previous meetings, so I don't really have a whole lot of questions for you folks. So mahalo for the continued dialogue and communication on the updates and everything. So our Office of Recovery has been looked at as a system framework, concept that other municipalities are looking at to model after. And, we discussed a little bit about the recovery that's necessary after the Kona low, the back-to-back Kona lows. And so I guess my question, as we, build the plane while we fly it, is, does this budget reflect the transition or, like this additional kuleana, because the Office of Recovery was created in response to the funding after the fires. But like looking at it as an opportunity to have this office for recovery after other natural disasters, working with MEMA, who's, response. Yeah, that's kind of my question. Is there enough there for this transition to broader than fire response, fire recovery?
Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you for this question. It's one of my favorite topics these days. I think the Kona low events that happened recently really pushed recovery more into the forefront. But I think the simple answer it's always been the plan to have a permanent recovery office that's integrated with our response operations and our long-term recovery operations. This event and the timing of this event just showed the need for it, and I think we are actively, as you say, building that plane while we fly it. So Amos and I have been talking a lot more lately since the recent event, and we are gearing up to take a prominent role, assuming we do get a federal declaration for this event. So I think it depends on the event, it depends on the type of disaster, depends on the need for the response, but ultimately we are geared up to help. We did not, we obviously put these budget numbers together before the Kona low. So I think as long as we understand that and are, if need be, are willing to entertain things through budget amendment next year, I think we'll be okay. But right now we are gearing up to play a critical role in the long-term response from the Kona low events. Thank you.
And Chair, if I just may add, the council was very gracious in providing us the $12 million from the emergency fund to help respond. I haven't seen the report recently, but I think we had already identified about $10 million towards that. So we're working on, and the last two are pretty much spent already. So we're working on a additional budget amendment to come soon to council for additional funding to respond to those events, which will include funding necessary for Office of Recovery to help respond. Thank you.
Wow, okay. Thank you.
Wonderful. Mahalo for that, those responses. I appreciate it. And then I did get a question about like when the deadline would be for the federal government to declare a disaster. And I responded that I don't know of a deadline, but the longer it doesn't happen from, the back-to-back Kona low, it feels like the less likely it'll be declared. Is that wrong?
You would know, yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Rollins Fernandez, for the question. I would say that the disaster declaration could be up to a few months from the event. It's not necessarily meaning that it wouldn't be approved if it takes longer. Sometimes there's additional questions or clarification or whatnot that they may request. I think the disaster declaration was so quick after the Lahaina wildfires was because there was no question that all the thresholds would have been met to meet those requirements. So in an event such as the Kona lows, it's an assessment that FEMA goes through and then approvals up the chain to identify whether enough damage and whatnot has happened to qualify it for that. And that's one of the reasons why we advertise so much for people to identify to us through Crisis Track and other damage, to report other damage so that we can accurately kind of justify that and portray that to the federal government. I don't know that, because there's two different requests. There's a public assistance request and then there's an individual assistance request. I don't necessarily know that there's a time frame that they have to act on for individual assistance, but generally speaking, it could be up to a few months for public assistance. Thank you.
I really appreciate that response. Mahalo, Chair, for allowing him to say that to us here in committee and to the public. It gives me a little more hope.
Okay. So next we have Member Cook, followed by Member Hodges and Senensi.
Thank you, Chair. So in the responses, item number 15, did your department apply for any grant funding in FY26? If yes, how much was received? And there was approximately $121 million. How does that work into this year's FY27 budget?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Cook. So I believe the number you're talking about in that answer is related to like PA reimbursements and things like that. That becomes part of carryover savings if it is not received in the same fiscal year. So that's part of that carryover savings number. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. That was my assumption. I just needed that clarified. How much more of that from FEMA, from the fire, from all of the various federal aid and events, Army Corps of Engineers, HUD, et cetera, is projected to be received? And how is the administration implementing that into FY27's budget? I just want to state, I know you can't put money in that we haven't received yet, but it seems like we might have a ballooning carryover savings as a result of it. So how is that taken into consideration?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Cook, for the question. We did indicate in our response, total expected for PA is approximately over $121 million. And PA obligated to date by FEMA is about $77 million. PA would be it's still on a reimbursement basis. So we'd still have to expend the funds and then get reimbursed from that after. So, as we're kind of, and I don't know if one of our team has the number offhand, because I know it's not indicated here in the response, but there's kind of a multi-step process to this where FEMA can obligate it, but then the state still has to remit it. So there's like a multi-stage process. So even though a certain amount may be obligated, they may have not remitted the full amount to the County of Maui yet. So that may come, just based on our timelines, like a large portion may come in FY27, in which case, as Budget Director noted, it would, flow into carryover savings since it was reimbursing departments for expenditures previously made.
So thank you for that explanation, and that's understood. It's just having a budget for FY27 that's based on taxes to pay for that budget, and then FY27 having money, and I look like almost like real property tax and appeals. They take 50% of it and they go like, okay, we're not going to get it all, but we're going to get some. I just want to plant the seed there again. I'm just striving to take as much burden off the taxpayers as possible because the budget is huge. More departments, more personnel, we need them. I want to pay people better. It's like there's a very strong tailwind to take care of people and take care of the community. And I'm just afraid of this headwind of overtaxing people and it becoming more and more problematic for people to be able to meet that tax obligation. Any comment?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Cook, for the question. I'll just keep it brief now because we could have a whole committee meeting, I think, on that. Carryover savings in and of itself is not a bad thing. I think what the committee or maybe the council is talking about is maybe the amount of carryover savings, but that can be attributed to a variety of different factors. I would say that what we don't want to push departments to do is to spend unnecessarily, or if circumstances change, projects change, whatever the case is, to do things that are not in the best interests of the community just because they don't want council to try to take back money in another fiscal year, whatever the case is, because it goes unspent. So there needs to be a balance between making sure that the right decisions are being made, even if that means that there's carryover savings as a result of it. I would note that as we go through, especially like our bond rating, it's a big factor as to why they feel comfort in the County of Maui too, in terms of the discretionary funding that's available to appropriate as needed. And the areas in which it came most prevalent was during COVID and during the wildfires. I actually don't know of a single other community that had the financial resources to be able to step into the gap as quickly as we did. Some of the other communities already going into a major disaster facing budget deficits. That's actually typical for communities to go through. So, in the immediate aftermath, I think we were able to expend about $100 million or so to help care for and stabilize people that would not have been possible without some level of additional funding available that could be either pulled from departments or that was left available from a previous fiscal year. So I would just ask that as council that, we just balance kind of a lot of different aspects of that when looking at, funding levels and carryover savings.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that explanation, and I concur. And it does, to be strong, resilient, flexible is what we need to be. And also, I'm just concerned about the future and our ability to remain flexible. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Member Cook, Member Hodgins, and
Thank you, Chair.
Senensi.
Thank you. I apologize if you guys have answered this question a couple weeks ago when I wasn't here when we had that emergency meeting for the Kona Low 1. Which I guess we're now expecting Kona 3. But now that OOR is going to help with stormwater resilience, is that going to be like DR funding as well? Are we going to see you folks kind of fix that sinkhole we were talking about the other day? Molokai took cracks the other week in the storm. How are we going to navigate OOR now that you guys are going to be taking over some stormwater resilience and trying to adapt to all the different varieties of disaster?
Thank you for that question. I think we need to think about it in terms, just the way FEMA thinks about it in terms of how do we recover from a disaster. So if we have a sinkhole, which we have them all over right now, then we would work with primarily the Department of Public Works to expend our funds to fix that problem.
Okay.
Okay. Where the Office of Recovery comes in is navigating the bureaucratic federal process to get reimbursement for that problem that we already fixed.
Okay.
So we'll come in there on just here's the problem, we fix the problem, Office of Recovery will help the county get money back, assuming there's a federal declaration. That's step one for a lot of these problems.
Okay.
Step two is the resilience and the long-term piece of it related to stormwater and other things. And a lot of that goes into what's called mitigation funds. Those have limited success so far across the state, but what we're advocating for is more flexibility in how we do mitigation.
Okay.
So recovery comes in the planning efforts to look at, say, we'll sit down with Jordan Molina, we'll sit down with Director Stufflebean, we'll sit down with Shane, and we'll talk about all those water things. And I've come in and talked about One Water before with you folks. But we'll talk about all those things more holistically.
Okay.
So that we can attack those problems from a mitigation and a resilience standpoint, not just we have a problem, let's fix it. So it's two ways to look at it, two sort of pots of money. One's really long-term and one's just more immediate. Thank
Midterm.
you.
Can I ask one quick question? This will be my last one. So there's other things that like help make the situation worse when it comes to our disasters, like how we have just an explosion of deer population, right, that eats up all our grass, and then upcountry doesn't soak up the water, and then Kihei gets cracks. How far are you guys gonna go into some other things like for mitigation?
Right. Another topic I love to talk about, we are getting more and more involved in like a holistic watershed planning efforts too. And not just to plan it, but to actually do projects that will plant the right kinds of plants in the right areas and help clean up the gulches. We just went to Kula maybe a week and a half ago and met with the groups that are doing that there, but we want to come alongside those groups and empower them to do even more.
Okay,
so there's so much good work going on, and the more work they can do in the watershed, the better we protect Kihei.
Right. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Member Sinetsi.
Thank you, Member Hodges. I too wanted to kind of weigh in on the stormwater discussion. When we're seeing a lot of the sinkholes, it's basically water finding its way under the roads, and then the roads collapsing. Do we, and seeing all the flooding that happened since the Kona 1 storm, do we foresee, for those places, whether it be Lahaina coming off the Pali, all this water where we've never seen it before? Do we put in storm drains, culverts? Do we allow a larger area for water to flow? I know in North Kihei, some of those properties are for sale. Do we look at purchasing near North Kihei so that we can allow water to make its way down the mountain and give it its space to expand? Or, those are some of the ideas when we're looking at stormwater. Well, what do you think?
Well, I think allowing ourselves to put things like that on the table really creates opportunity for better solutions. So, sometimes we have undersized pipes. That's just the reality of a substandard infrastructure, and sometimes that has to happen. Other times, that's not the answer. Sometimes we do need to let things be more natural and just create space for the water to go, and then know that it's going to happen and manage it, but managing it without damaging property. So we're balancing all these things together, and what I think Office of Recovery is trying to offer is a better framework to have these discussions holistically between all of the departments. Because when you folks talk to our departments, you're really focused on their mission. We're going to get drinking water to everybody. You just heard from those guys, which is great. They need to do that, but they do things that also impact the watershed, and they do. So we need to work with them, and we need to work with DEM to make sure that the R1's going in the right places. All of those things are interconnected. All of them have impact on how the systems work. And we're offering that platform to have a better discussion on that.
I just wanted to follow up, Chair. And the discussion is also, I'm getting a lot of emails from, you're right, the department and the workers. Say, for instance, we don't have a public works down in South Maui. Do we also move some of our workforce, our laborers in those areas so that we can address? So when we're talking about infrastructure, we're also looking at how should we shift our resources from the departments to those areas to help address those issues.
This is music to my ears, this conversation, because it's not just about the physical infrastructure changes. It's also about the long-term operation and maintenance of whatever we do. And in South Maui, we know that they need to have more staff down there. That's been known for a long time, and I know Public Works is working on that. But again, we'll give another platform for why that's necessary, not just an idea. And then hopefully, if we're successful with the federal government, we'll get more money to make it happen.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Very good. Chair Lee.
Okay, this might be, well, I'm not sure for which gentleman, but I'm concerned about the mounting county funds, federal funds, being used to subsidize housing. Already that program that was introduced a few months ago, where you have the reimbursement, the new purchase, and the assistance with building programs. That was like over 500 million. And then I think you're proposing another 79, 80 million in the budget for additional subsidized housing. So now we're talking about 600 to possibly $700 million in heavily subsidized housing, when the STRs was supposed to take care of people being able to buy and afford housing. So it's looking like whatever was expected from the STRs is not happening. So how is this direction of investing in heavily subsidized housing programs your answer to that? That the STR idea of, because from my records, from my information, I think there were 34 sales on condos and in the affordable range, and that doesn't mean that it went to our people. Could have been outside buyers. So can you give me a status on that, please? One of you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair Lee, for the question. There's I think a couple different areas that maybe are getting mixed together, at least from what I can understand from the question. One of them is regards to what was presented earlier regarding the kind of reimbursement programs and other things like that DR presented to you folks a while back. One, that funding is from the federal government, so it's not county funds. And then two, that funding is in relation to restoring people to what they had before. So
Can I interrupt you right there, okay? Because what I see here is those people whose, let's say, properties that were burnt down. I'm not sure why they would be needing county subsidies in particular. Maybe you can explain that, because one, they got insurance payments to cover losses, and two, they're about to get settlement payments from the class action suits. So in addition to that, we are giving them grants. So now can you explain that again?
Thank you, Chair. So in regards to their insurance payouts and whatnot, there's a couple of factors there. One is that DR will not duplicate benefits. So if they're receiving some type of benefit already, like that would already be applied to what they would end up qualifying for or whatnot. The other factor is that most of the individuals affected by the disaster were either underinsured or uninsured, which means that there's no insurance proceeds or very little insurance proceeds to help them. Their insurance proceeds can also be used for, depending on their policy, it could be used for debris removal, it could be used for housing assistance, other types of qualifying factors or events. And in many cases, what you've seen in disasters across the country is that individuals end up having to eat through most of their insurance proceeds just to survive until they're actually able to rebuild.
Okay, let me interrupt you again. Can I interrupt you again? Yeah, and so when you're talking about those people who lost their homes in the fire, you need to remember 80% were non-owner occupied. Okay, so these non-owner occupied folks do not necessarily have to rebuild and rent. They can rebuild and sell because they weren't living there in the first place. So, okay, you want to continue?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Chair Lee, for that. A lot of the funding in relation to that you're talking about is going to 11 multifamily housing rebuilds. So if you think, I'll just use one project in particular, Front Street Apartments. We've already conditionally awarded the state about $96 million for that project. And the reason why there's not insurance proceeds or other things for that project itself is that the agreement that the state had with the property, the entity that was operating the property, was that essentially all the insurance proceeds were held by the entity who was owning and operating the physical structures on the land. So to be able to get back housing that services are like individuals with lower incomes, there are, those projects would not come back. Halimaholu, Weinberg Court Apartments, Front Street Apartments, Hawaii Public Housing Authority projects, County of Maui housing projects. There would be no avenue for them to come back because of either lack of insurance proceeds or not enough given the built environment today. If you look at what the county council helped us approve, I think it was in FY24, was the project for Kai'ulo Kupuohi, and that
Okay,
service.
so, sorry, my time has expired. Thank you. Thank you. Maybe if there's important points, you want to put them in writing. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Managing Director, you want to just finish your sentence, or did you finish your sentence?
I guess I would just finish with that is that project was just built and occupied prior to the fire. It was probably less than a year old or around a year old. And the costs had escalated so much within that time frame that there were already $40 million underwater to rebuild. So just think of projects that were built back in the 70s, 80s, or whatever the case is, and trying to rebuild back today. Unfortunately, the reality is that heavy subsidies are needed to be able to bring these back to care for our people who are already there. And I'd be happy to follow up with additional stuff in writing. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, yeah, that would be helpful. All right, so I have one question, my passion and love, which is EL Theater. This is Erin Wade would know this. So EL Theater, thank you very much. In the budget is $3.8 million. This started off with, there's a leak in the roof, right? And meeting with Senator Hashimoto now, I think at that time he was a representative, and myself visiting with Luana and the board of EL Theater. So thank you for taking them this far. I mean, there's a lot of repair. So could you give the audience, could you give us a summary and what's going to happen to the theater and their productions and communication? I was always concerned about that because they're an ongoing entity. How are we doing?
Sure, thank you. Thank you for that question. So EL Theater roof has some significant structural issues and has had damage for that we thought was small, and in doing just a very high level inspection determined we actually needed a structural engineer to come in and take a look. It will be 100 years old, right, in 2028. So the goal is restoration and replacement prior to the 100-year anniversary. So currently we're in structural assessment mode. Then we'll have to do some design and engineering to replace the roof. And then what we're hoping to do is a design build contract so that we can expedite the reconstruction of it. The theater operations will be displaced temporarily. We're not expecting that to happen in this fiscal year, but I would love to plant that seed in case we're able to expedite, and I need to come back to you this fiscal year and request some additional funds. The goal is to work with our arts partners within the Wailuku Kahului community in order to allow them to continue their programming throughout the calendar year. The theater does purchase shows and they pay that copyright fee quite far in advance, like a whole year in advance. They map out their calendar, so they do need to know that, and then we would like to support them in their space needs for that time period.
Great. Wow. Progress, so thank you. Members, that's the second round of questions, and I just wonder if you have a third round. It is now 12:29 or 12:30. Okay, you want to do another round of questions and we can proceed? Proceed. Go ahead. Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Member Paulton.
So now that OOR is a permanent.
It's too late. Oh, sorry. I don't know if it's too late, but there was an additional adult male and an additional minor, but they've since left. So do I need to still say their name, the adult male, if they left already?
I think they're gone. You're.
Oh.
They're traveling, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. So now OOR is a permanent fixture, which I'm glad because I don't think we're gonna see a shortage of disasters. Where does MEMA, now that they're becoming more of a robust department, and OOR intersect, and how do you guys work together?
And thank you for that question. I'll again say we're building the plane while we're flying it.
Sure.
But
we're all sitting in this plane.
yes. And I know that's not like the robust answer that you want, but what we're doing is integrating plans. So MEMA has a comprehensive, operational plan. And in that plan, for every event and every event type, there's a response activity that they're responsible for. And that continues. But at some point, depending on the size of the event and the type of the event, there may be the need for interaction with a longer-term recovery piece. And what we're doing is integrating ourselves in that plan so that when the event happens, they know when to call us either into the EOC or just to monitor and be ready to be called in, or it's a variety of answers depending on the response. What we're just seeing from this large Kona Low event is the need to jump in. So we did start to jump into the EOC on this particular event, and we're monitoring the current one that's coming. So that's where it starts. Where it ends is what's the need as a result of that disaster. So we do that together. So it'll be myself and the administrator from MEMA working through that together, working with Mayor Josiah, Aaron, to understand where those needs are in the community. Thank you.
Erin?
Thanks. I just wanted to chime in and say, in this event, it became really clear that following the emergency moment, the damage assessment, the infrastructure assessment, and the debris removal became the three next things to do. And there was integration immediately at that point with Office of Recovery. Once the assessment has been quantified, and if there's a federal declaration, the handoff kind of goes to Office of Recovery because MEMA needs to still be ready for the next emergency. They can't be doing long-term recovery ops. So those are the three things in the three areas really that begin transitioning. So it's kind of a hybrid immediately after the response, and then it transitions to recovery.
Okay. Thank you for that. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else Member Paulton, I saw your hand up. Or was that just to announce your family?
Oh, sure, I can ask more questions. I don't know if this is for Director Nishita or Corp Counsel, but the intention of the Managed Retreat Fund was never meant to be like a bailout for wealthy shoreline landowners. There is a situation though where a family would like to rebuild on the shoreline. They would not like to sell their land because a lot of family burials. This is one of the last two Kanaka Ohana that used to exist on the shoreline that are looking like they will, I don't know if they're gonna still try go for it, but would a conservation easement, like the purchase of a conservation easement on a shoreline to prevent rebuild be acceptable in the managed retreat, or would it require a code amendment?
Is this a Corp Council? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councilmember Paulton, for the question. Yeah, Lahaina Community Land Trust did reach out to us recently, and I did ask our staff to send out an RFLS to Corp Council and for us to have a discussion on that. I think in essence, I think, Council did give approval already to the Lahaina Community Land Trust to do acquisitions from the 5 million allotment that was provided. And at least in my layperson's view, a conservation easement could be included in that, but we want to get a formal legal determination. If we have to come back to council, we will. But I appreciate them trying to think outside the box to make it work for this family.
Yeah, and then if we're unable to seal the deal, so to say, on this property, they weren't expecting to expend the managed retreat funds because it wasn't looking like people were willing to sell, but then this unique situation, whatever they determine could be the conservation easement amount, could that be rolled over or just come up at the time when it happens, since it is a revolving fund anyway, the money's not going anywhere?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, we'll work with Corp Council and the Land Trust to see, if that could be an allowable use. And then assuming that it is, we'll have to go to the grant provisions that and the grant agreement that was already executed and see if any amendments are needed and whatnot. But worst case scenario, yeah, if we have to do a different grant, a different appropriation, we can just ask for essentially a reappropriation of their funding in FY27.
Okay. And then following up on Member Batangan's question, the legislative software, is that going to be available to the council side and EAs as well, like council members, or is it exclusive on the 9th floor?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Paulton, for the question. I know our teams do work with OCS's ledge tracking team. I'm not aware that there's any exclusivity to it. We can follow up with our teams. There might be like licensing costs maybe for the council to participate in it as a user or whatever the case is, but I'm not aware that we wouldn't want you guys to participate in it. It's fairly cheap too. I think it's about $5,000 or $7,000 that we pay per year. But our team, I do know that our team is looking at alternative options too, if there's like more robust systems. So we'll just be in communication and try to see ways to incorporate council if OCS would like that included. Thank you.
And were you able to name the software, or are we waiting for a bid protest on that as well?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Paulton. I don't know that we've had the opportunity to really check in on that yet while we've been sitting here. Sorry, we'll follow up after this meeting though.
Thank you.
Thank you. I see Gabe Johnson's hand.
Thank you, Chair. I keep trying to turn my camera on, but it keeps shutting me off. So I'm just going to leave. As long as you guys hear me, I can ask the question. So this is in regards to Office Recovery. John Smith, your statements were really important to me about the preventive ways we can, deal with the flooding. And yeah, sure, we can do some of the infrastructure down below, but what about at the top of the mountain? And you really kind of hit the nail on the head about how, I'm trying to bring back on the little cloud bridge. We're going to talk about funding a lot of folks who are doing the reforestation and what would watershed work. That's all very important stuff. You guys, your department also have the urban and community forest plan within your department, or within your office, I should say. So I'm thinking maybe, my original thought was to put this funding into EPNS to help, fund these folks doing that kind of work. But maybe you guys would be interested in putting, having that money be put in your office. I'll send a white paper. It'll explain, some of the monies, but I'd like to hear if you would be open to having that in your office. We've got a couple of partners, $2 million.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Johnson, for the question. I think our preference is to be able to finish the plan and then to be able to identify resources needed as a part of the plan. But, if council's direction is to proceed forward prior, then we'd be open to discussions about what would be the appropriate department or pathway for that. What's typical, I think, at the county is your work tends to follow you. So I think we've been overseeing this urban forest management plan as a result of staff that we recruited and wanted to keep that work going as a part of some of their previous efforts. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Let me just clarify. I'm really kind of asking, does John Smith have the capacity? Is that a lot of work for you guys? He smiles because I know OR, I'm sure you guys are really up to your neck. But, EP&S, they have they have a lot of folks who are specializing in environmental work, but let's hear what John Smith has to say.
Well, that's why we're creating the One Water framework, really, because the honest truth is that we need all of the departments and all of the programs that are funded to be firing on all cylinders.
Amen to that. That's right.
And so sometimes we jump in to do things that have been, sitting on the side because it's necessary. But ultimately what we're trying to do is create this framework where no matter where that program ends up, it becomes an effective piece of the puzzle.
Okay.
So we're open to it. But it would add a burden to our staff. I think the staff person that has been working on that, enjoys that work and is going to help anyway. But I don't know that means it has to reside in OR.
Okay.
So,
well, fair enough. Yeah, I understand that. I just, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And if we can start planting, those trees will help prevent more flooding down the road. But thank you for your response, and I heard the bell. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Anybody else? Member Batangan.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, Department. So I last asked about, a project primarily serving the police department and then legislative tracking. So my next question is along the same line of thinking, which is, I'm a little concerned that you guys are operating outside of the power, duties, and functions of the department as prescribed by the charter. So I'm going to ask, this one's for Mr. Smith, about the workforce development grant that's going to the Council for Native Hawaiian Advancement. Can you give us some details on what that is and why it's different from, why it's most appropriately put in your department versus, say, economic development?
Can I ask a clarifying question? Is that are you talking about the FY27 or are you talking about FY26?
This is FY27 under Office of Recovery. That'd be subsection 4. Up to $700,000 must be for the Council for Native Hawaiian Advancement for Workforce Development and Resiliency Hub operations. That's page 13 of the budget ordinance.
Yeah. Well, this is really just a continuation of what we've already started under Office of Recovery, but I'd be open to discussions on whether or not that should move later.
Thank you. Can I also ask, and this one might be more appropriate for a response in writing, can we get a description of what the grant to J. Walter Cameron Center West Maui is, grant to Huiova'a Kaulua, and grant to Na'aikane o Maui? I just feel uncomfortable with the budget ordinance itself not having a description of what the grant purpose is. Like, if this is the only thing that is codified and all we're saying is we're giving you money, I'm a little uncomfortable with that. So can we get a response on what those are for?
Yeah, no problem.
Okay. And then for the managing director, as a follow-up to your response to Member Cook on carryover savings. So I do agree that some carryover savings is inevitable. And some might even be healthy given the incentives that you had described. But I am very uncomfortable with, one, the amount that we've had over the last few years, and two, the explanation you gave about that level being necessary for emergency responses. Because that's the whole purpose of the emergency fund. So is the department or is the administration purposefully padding the budget to have some carryover savings in response? And if that's the case, should we better fund the emergency fund? And then I guess as a follow-up to that, you did say to Member Johnson that the metal detector was put in the budget primarily for discussion purposes. If there are other things that you guys put in the budget for discussion purposes, I'd like to know upfront so that we know which are serious requests and what are more for discussion or illustrative purposes.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try to remember all that, but please clarify for me if I'm off the mark or missing things. Regarding to the last point about the metal detector, that was a recommendation that came from the security assessment that was conducted for the county, as well as what I indicated was recommendations from my police department. Well, you know, I would say in essence that everything in the budget is putting forward at recommendation based on some factor or another. The metal detector piece specifically, I would just say that because I know the history, and I mentioned a little bit about this prior, of council's concern with it, there's really, for that issue particularly, there's no mechanism really for us to have that discussion rather than in the budget process. So that's the piece for that. I wouldn't, at least off the top of my head, I can't think of anything else in relation to that, but we'd be happy to follow up later if anything similar comes to mind. Regarding the carryover, there was, I think you said, about an indication that the amount of carryover was appropriate for disaster response. I'm not sure that I indicated that. I think I just relayed that that there was a benefit to having available funds left over to meet emerging needs. I think at the time of the fires, we didn't even have the amount necessary in the emergency fund to respond to the disaster. I can't remember the amounts offhand, but I believe we're definitely below $100 million in 2023 in the emergency fund. The other piece too, the carryover that, you know, as we indicated, there's a lot of factors in that includes federal grants and reimbursements and whatnot that kind of maybe overinflate that number because it's actually a reimbursement from a previous year in which an expenditure was made. So that's a factor that, you know, has to be considered. The other piece too is, you know, the money does, I totally understand the concern about the amount of carryover savings. The piece about carryover savings in general is it's going right back to your budget. So it does also help to smooth out, you know, in terms of increases that are needed to address operational needs or other things instead of, you know, some jurisdictions have hit communities like with a 30% water rate increase in 1 year to address a particular issue versus planning properly for that. The carryover in general, departments are requesting what is needed or projected to be needed to address their duties, responsibilities, and functions for that year and anticipated needs. Sometimes what's anticipated changes or becomes unnecessary due to factors. Sometimes I know like specifically after the fire, we had to budget things without the knowledge of whether federal funding would come through. But when federal funding comes through, then we don't have to use that money anymore. So there's different factors like that. Specifically in this budget, I would say we're planning for worst case scenario with a $21 million request in anticipation of FEMA not providing an additional extension for the housing mission. That would just become carryover if the FEMA housing mission gets approved. And some people, maybe, you know, you look at it as another, you know, maybe, I don't want to put words in anybody's mouth, but it sounds like there's a concern about overtaxing to that extent in relation to an appropriation like that. I think the detrimental issue is we also can't get caught flat-footed with FEMA not approving a housing mission extension, and then now we don't have money to care for or support our residents. And in which case, if we come back to the council and there's no carryover available and we haven't planned properly, then we're kind of up a creek too with that. So there's a balance in all of this, and happy to respond more later if needed or in writing. Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you, MD. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Chair Lee, did you have a question? Yeah.
Yeah, I have a question, follow-up question. Yeah, it does appear, Managing Director, that the administration has a tendency to try and pad the budget. You know, most everybody is expected to live within one's budget, but not the administration for some reason. And I point to, you talk about needing money for emergencies. Well, we bent over backwards to have special council meetings so that you could have your funding as soon as possible. So you never had to wait, not for the council anyway, for funding. And we know that something's wrong with the picture when there's always this huge cushion of carryover savings. That to me is highly unusual. So the thing is, you can, within your budget, just defer or reduce projects to get carryover savings. But you've never done that. You've always had carryover savings. So that's why it raises the question that are you actually padding the budget, you know? So, and then on top of that, we were told that assessments are down, but then you're raising taxes. See, so why would you raise taxes on commercial residential B&Bs? They're pretty innocuous, you know, for the most part. And yet you're raising commercial residential in the first two tiers. And then you're raising all three tiers of STRs when you guys have driven down their values. So now you, on top of that, you are raising their taxes. And then you're giving a break to owner-occupied in the $4.5 million tier. So, you know, some of the things you say doesn't compute with what's happening in the budget. And that's the reason why we have some of these questions. And I too am concerned about, is this budget what we need? Or is it aspirational? And can we bring it down to a more sensible level? Or do we have to keep it up so that we have this big cushion just in case something happens? Thank you.
Okay, Managing Director.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Council Chair, for the, I don't know if there's a question there, but for the statements. I think the fact of the matter is that I believe since at least 2020, Council has increased the budget more than what the administration put forward in each year up to 2025 at least. I think last year alone, I think Council added 60-something million or so, I believe, to the budget over and above what the mayor requested. And then I think in terms of grants, There was another 40-something million or so added to the budget over and above what was being requested by the administration. So no doubt that I think I would just say that carryover savings being identified here is all of our problems to deal with collectively. And if there are concerns about that, then, one of the things too is that in previous fiscal years, council has shifted cash-funded projects to bond and then moved cash to other types of projects or appropriations.
Okay, can I interrupt you right there? Thank you. Thank you for that explanation. We've heard that before. One of the concerns I have is, you and I have had this discussion, as well as other council members, is we always ask you, which projects can you defer or reduce so that we don't add to the budget? But we never get an answer, ever, whether it's reducing a program or a project. So we have no choice, but in some cases, but to raise the income to cover what we feel are important projects. So that's the other side of the coin. So thank you. I appreciate, you attempting to answer my questions and concerns, and hopefully we can continue to have, honest discussions going forward. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. We have another statement.
Well, yeah, if I may, just in regards to what's really helpful for the administration, I think all members in various instances are good at this in terms of the communication and collaboration. But putting forward like a project or program without discussions or that planning element and whatnot in place, sometimes the administration, for various reasons, might be legal reasons or just the ability of existing personnel or whatnot to do things might not be possible in that fiscal year that the funding is appropriated if there's not that communication and collaboration that takes place. The other piece regarding taxes, there's two elements to that. It's the rate and then the assessment. And as I think as was indicated, assessments have gone down in various areas. So an increase in rate doesn't necessarily mean an increase in the tax that the entity would pay. It could just be a rebalancing of because the assessment goes down, the rate needs to go up to be able to keep a similar or the same tax structure or tax payment. But yeah, Chair, we'd be happy to continue working with the council on the carryover savings issue and the tax issue and any other elements that we can to make sure that we're doing this all collaboratively and together for the best interest of our residents. Thank you.
Okay, agree. Thank you. So does anybody else have any more questions for management? Member Rollins-Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. There's a couple of things I just wanted to add context to and then ask a question. So I agree with the last statement. I mean, having the valuations of some of the artificially inflated properties go down is not a bad thing. That was part of the expectation to reduce that artificial inflation so that our residents could be able to afford some of the units that would be going to sale in the short-term rental classification. For, the carryover savings, I get it, but also I'm not going to be sad if the federal government grants us reimbursement for some of the things that we're spending, and then we end up with carryover savings because the federal government or state government or private ended up covering that cost that we didn't expect during budget session when we're adopting the budget. Like, that's not a bad thing. And then for, the one of the comments the managing director was starting to allude to, I don't know if you have this number, but, like as a council member, And some of the projects that I voted to support that may not have had the work done on it, before putting the funding into the budget, such as my pilot project for the voluntary deed restriction, pilot project for Molokai. And we're getting that off the ground now, but I put the money into the budget last year knowing that the program didn't exist yet and that it was going to take time and I was going to have to spend a lot of time working with the department on getting that off the ground. We're almost at the end of the budget and that money hasn't been expended. And so I knew that as a council member, and I knew that some of the things that I supported in a fiscal year is very short. And so I don't know if you'd be able to speak to, some of the council's doing in contributing to the carryover savings.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Rollins Fernandez, for the question. I think all of us here together play a part, and all of us just have to work together to come with solutions that will be able to address the ongoing challenges that we face and the market environment and the macroeconomic forces our residents are facing. We obviously all play a part in this, and so it's going to really take all of us coming together and coming up with the best solutions possible. I don't want to put blame on any department, any agency, any executive branch, legislative branch, whatever the case is, because all of us play a part, and all of us need to be able to work together to just help to resolve some of these issues. Thanks.
Peace.
For that, very tactful response. Mahalo.
Thank you. All right. Any more statements, questions for management? Good discussion. More to come because we got to do this budget and we will do it responsibly. I think that's what we're hearing, and we will. So I think I heard that you are looking at setting up the EOC, or are you looking at that? And this relates to my next thing that I'm going to talk about with this committee. So is the EOC going to be activated, or is it activated? I'm trying to figure out our next steps.
Thank you, Chair, for the question. Specific to this incoming storm event you're talking about, I think the anticipation is that we will go into a partial activation at least tonight. And then as conditions develop, they'll likely increase to a full activation. We'll continue to, in Thursday and Friday, we'll likely be in full activation.
Thursday, Friday.
But yeah, they'll likely increase their posture from like an enhanced steady state to partial activation sometime this evening. But all departments are already on board, and all the collaboration and communication is already going on, as well as like pre-positioning of assets and ensuring, all of our systems are in place to start the response activities, even if full activation hasn't occurred yet.
Okay, so with your wisdom, and if is Aaron Wade or Deputy Managing Director saying something?
Thank you, Chair. I think the only thing Aaron was trying to relay was if we are in full activation, departments, depending on which agencies you're taking up, but they may be unavailable Thursday and Friday due to the storm response activities.
So that's exactly why I'm asking you.
Okay, I'm sorry I missed that point. Thank you, Aaron.
No.
This is why we're a team. But if we'll work after this meeting to try to see which agencies you're going to be calling up and see what accommodations can be made. But I think the anticipation would be we're going to be in full activation Thursday and Friday.
Okay, so I'm going to defer this item, first of all, and then this discussion. That's why I didn't want Managing Director to leave, because tomorrow we've adjusted our schedule because of the Kona Low Storm 3 and not doing district residency area meetings, and that's going to happen next week. But we adjusted our departments, and the department for tomorrow is Thursday at 10 o'clock. We have Ag and Office of the Mayor. So I'm not too sure who will appear and what that means to you. And if we had the meeting, would somebody be able to come? Is that you? have to come again, or is there somebody else?
Chair, if it's okay, do you need to decide right now? Because we'll probably be best able to kind of take it offline and work with the different agencies to see what resources we could pull during a full activation to make sure you guys could be able to continue discussions.
Okay.
But I think to the extent possible, we'll try to make resources available to you folks. We know what tight timelines and everything you guys are under. And so we'll try to shift resources as needed to make sure you guys can continue on.
Okay. And maybe we might have to shift again. So should I call a short recess and talk to OCS? Who have other plans?
Other plans for?
Wait.
Who are you talking to?
I'm talking to Kirsten and James, because they're adjusting our calendar because of the storms. I'm just wondering what their thoughts are.
Yeah, Chair, can we just request a really brief recess, maybe like 2 minutes?
Okay, 2-minute recess, so, well, 1:05. Okay, welcome back to the Budget Finance Economic Development Committee. First of all, I will say again, I'm going to defer this item, BFED 1, and then talking about tomorrow's meeting. I was concerned about Office of the Mayor being able to come for our 10 o'clock meeting along with Ag, and we found out from Managing Director that tomorrow Cynthia Lalo will come to represent the mayor, so we can still have that meeting and Ag, correct? Yes?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. And as far as the rest of the calendar, we will work with you because it depends on the storm and how active the EOC is, and we will determine the departments. Members, anybody have any questions? So tomorrow we're on 10 o'clock, and Department of Ag as well as the mayor's office. And I'm sure well, let's hope we don't have a horrible storm, but you'll be at home, okay. You'll be at home. So I'll be here, and we will call the meeting tomorrow at 10 o'clock. So anybody have questions? Oh, Managing Director.
And Chair, if I just may to save you guys a written question to us, I think it was Councilmember Paulton's question earlier. It sounds like we're okay to share the name of the entity that was selected. So Guidehouse Inc. Was selected. Of course, like I said, there's a process that they have to go through and then a protest period. So we'll see, if there's final contracting on that, but that's who the committee selected. Sorry about that, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. And all this excitement, I didn't ask you about your last CIP project, but I'll do that offline. Since this meeting is...
Member Paulton's asking to be recognized.
Oh, yes, Member Paulton.
I was wondering if you could go over, are there additional deadlines to be aware of for tomorrow? I read all the things, but just so we're all on the same page.
Yeah, so
sometimes the words are different.
So if anybody has any, as we always do, right, anybody who has any questions from today that you want to submit tomorrow, please submit that by 9 o'clock at staff.bfed@mauicounty.us. So that's still the same. So tomorrow at 9 o'clock, send it to staff if you have questions from today. And right now, as far as I can see, because we haven't changed any of our deadlines for next week, we still are the same deadlines for next week in terms of your priorities. That's now due on Saturday instead of Friday. But who knows, with this storm, it may change, but we will tell you for sure if it does change. Member Paulton.
Oh, and then so every night that weekend, every night next week, we're not seeing anybody, no tucking anyone in, huh?
Well, it would be good if we could expedite the departments since we're kind of working on unusual circumstances. But right now, the calendar for next week is the same. And we are planning on going on the 14th to South Maui and then on the 17th to West Maui. So all of that has not changed, as well as we will be in the chambers with Chair Lee and Member Batangan on Thursday at 6 o'clock in the chambers here to have their residency area meeting. So none of that has changed.
So every night next week?
Busy, yeah. Listening to the community, yeah. Okay, any other questions?
And then for the priorities one, can you refresh us on the Granicus number with the guidelines? Because it's April 18th at 4:30.
4:30, yep. Can you give us the Granicus number? They're asking for the Granicus. Isn't that for? No, what the deadlines are, what is required.
And if there is a template.
Yeah, I think we were giving them a template.
Right, we're still preparing the template, Chair.
Okay.
Apologies about that.
You're gonna update the
Apologies,
calendar.
I don't think we have like a list of deadlines necessarily that's most accurate right now because our basic calendar has changed a little bit. But the normal calendar that we distributed yesterday, number 108 in Granicus, that one should still have those deadlines should still be applicable.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, I meant the the Granicus item that says like, 30 priorities, so many district-wide, county-wide, that one.
Yes, that's number 20 in Granicus, MC1.
20?
Thank you so much.
30 priorities. Okay, tomorrow. That'll be fun, yeah? Okay, any other questions?
That's it for me.
See, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Yes. You mentioned the other hearings, district budget hearings, but you didn't mention Molokai on Monday at 6 and Lanai on Wednesday at 6.
Yeah, that has
Just
not
wanted to
changed. I'm
make sure
sorry.
that everyone listening knows.
You're on. Yes. I was just mentioning the changes that we made, but you're right. So we're going to Molokai and Lanai also.
You mentioned Wailuku Kahului, and that never changed. So if you're going to mention one, then you should mention all.
Okay.
Mahalo.
Thank you for doing that. Anything else? Okay, members, this meeting is now adjourned, 1:13.